coming back today. We're going to start in just 1 second. We'll have some members that will be coming in just a few minutes. And also we have, I believe that is going to be joining us by Zoom. We have Senator Angela Turner Ford that will be joining us by Zoom today. Also too, for the public that is listening, we are receiving your comments. This committee has, we've included those comments that we've gotten up to date are in the back of the notebooks for our committee members. And we would encourage the public, if they have something to say, or they are invited to submit written comments that we will make sure that the committee all has access to, or they may submit a video testimony if they would like to do it that way. The email that you need to send those comments to are wcfstudygroup@senate.ms.gov. And I will repeat that. wcfstudygroup@senate.ms.gov. And we appreciate all of those from the public that have submitted those comments. And they've been very insightful so far. So thank you. Our first speaker up today is Commissioner Andrea Sanders. And Commissioner, if you will go ahead and proceed, we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Boyd. This committee has taken on a daunting task. And I want to thank you and tell you that I appreciate being part of the conversation. As I work to prepare what to say to you today, I realize that these are really complicated questions we're trying to tackle, and I'm not bringing you answers, I'm afraid. But I am very happy to be part of the dialogue, and I hope that I add some value to the conversation today. As a 30-year social worker and lawyer, I've spent my whole career working with children and families, and I think this is an exciting approach for us to take in Mississippi. All right, let me see if I can figure. I was given some instructions. Oh, is that it? Okay, so my slides are out of order, but we'll roll with that. So I want to just point out a little bit about our role in the landscape for children and families in Mississippi. We are charged with protecting children from abuse and neglect by their parents or custodians. And I would say that's something I did not fully appreciate when I walked in the door at CPS. As a social worker, I felt like you hear the words abuse, you hear the words neglect, and that's CPS. There's a reason that it's limited to abuse by that caregiver, that custodian. Our remedy is we go into homes. It's a fairly invasive process, as you can imagine, and we can take children from homes only with the court's approval. But if a child is, say, abused at school or at a camp, and they have two loving parents at home and they discover this, the remedy is not to get CPS in the middle of that and start investigating the home life. That's more of a law enforcement matter. And so that's a place where I don't know that we articulate that very well. And so people hear us saying, well, we don't do that, we don't do that. But the role that we do have is, it's not happy work. And by the time we get involved in a family, things are not going well. So there's not a real good, we're gonna have the worst of some difficult choices to make. The youth court, or whoever sits as the youth court in Mississippi, actually makes those final decisions. Those are legal matters, whether or not a child is removed from their parents' custody. And I think you would all agree it should be much more difficult to remove a child from a parent than, say, to take their land or their car. Got the wrong slideshow, Shannon. So I'm going to pivot then and do this with my notes. So at any rate, back to that role of what CPS is charged with. It's all rooted in statute, and there are a few things that I've sort of realized about that role that I think get misunderstood sometimes. One is that we stand in the shoes of parents. When we have children in our custody, we are a temporary substitute for their caregiver. And I'm going to argue that no matter how good we get at that as an agency, we will always be a poor substitute for a family. We're a state agency, we're a bureaucracy, we have 1,500 to 1,600 employees, and we're going to simplify that and get better at it. But the bigger goal needs to be to minimize the amount of time a child stays in the state custody and only use that as a last resort when it's absolutely necessary. Some other things about our agency and its role are that we don't have bricks and mortar. We have offices that we occupy that are owned by either the state or the county, but we don't have buildings that are safe to put children in. So when you put a child in our custody, it's not a placement. It doesn't substitute. If you're struggling to find a placement for a child or the right kind of treatment, we're happy to take responsibility if that's what the court thinks needs to happen under the statute, but it doesn't change the fact that there's nowhere to take that child. And we often end up, well, if there's nothing else to do with the kid, put them in CPS custody. That means that we either can go back to our office, sit in a Waffle House, drive them around in a car until we find a suitable solution. I think one of the strategies that we're really working to shift is that instead of being a passive consumer, just like every parent in Mississippi, we need to leverage the fact that these are Mississippi's kids. They're in the state custody. They belong to us, and they belong to us for that period of time, and we owe them a duty. And we have roughly 3,800 at any given time right now. So we're working as an agency to use funding that you've given us through ARPA, and to also draw down more federal funds so that we can develop some systems of support for families and some care. But what we don't want to do is duplicate care that already exists. We are dependent, like other families, on all the other helping agencies in the state. So Department of Education, Department of Health, Department of Mental Health, Department of Medicaid. These are all sources of funding and support for the state's children. Are we back on track here? Okay. One of our biggest goals to minimize the number of children in custody and to better provide care for those that we do have to have in custody is to create a more efficient path to permanency. That is a place in Mississippi where children get hung up. And I'm gonna be real honest with you. It's surprising to me right now that children make it through to permanency in some ways. So part of our goal is to streamline. I'm a disaster with this technology. I should not be allowed to have one of these in my hand, but it's kind of fun. So streamlining that path to permanency, we have a lot of work internally to do, but what we discovered when we're looking at how do you get kids in the door and in the agency's custody for not one day longer than they need to be. So you start looking early for family solutions. And you start moving them towards, you want them to stay in their own family if that's at all possible. That requires a lot of support systems that we don't necessarily have in Mississippi yet. But if they can't stay in their own family, then there are some decisions about, do they stay with foster families? Do they stay with a relative? And then we have to make the court has to make a difficult decision about, do we move towards sending them to live with another family that's permanent, or do we try to get them back home with their own family? So I want to show you, I'm not sure that this is quite as visible as I would like for it to be, but this is just a timeline of the legal path to permanency in Mississippi. As I mentioned before, moving a kid out of their own home and their parents' custody and through the system in Mississippi is an inherently legal process. And it's governed by whoever sits as the youth court, which varies significantly across the state. The first hearing that has to occur when we go into a home and investigate whether or not abuse or neglect has occurred. We're sort of the evidence gatherers. We go out and we get the facts. We bring them back to the court and we have what they call a shelter hearing. It's the first emergency type hearing for the court to hear the facts and make a determination about whether the child should be removed. That should happen within 48 hours of our first initiation of the case. The adjudication hearing is something that should happen after about 60 days. We continue to investigate. It often takes time for drug tests to return, but somewhere around the 60-day mark, there should be an adjudication hearing. And then sometimes a disposition hearing you see up there on the top line. What I want to point out to you is that blue line beneath there. Does this thing reach over there? Nifty. Pardon? Oh, okay. So anyway, you can see the big blue line there at the bottom. That tells you that those hearings, this part of the case occurs in that court. It occurs in the youth court, and the prosecutor, whoever sits as the prosecutor in that county, prosecutes on behalf of the state and uses the information that we bring to the court system. So best I can tell, we're considered a witness in most of those proceedings. Then you get to, once the permanency review occurs and the court decides that the case should go to either adoption or return home, or those things actually run as concurrent plans for a period of time, you see that the red bar there. Suddenly this becomes a separate cause of action in a separate court. Might be heard by the youth court or the chancery court. But the determination for whether or not to terminate parental rights starts over in a separate court. We become a party in that case, the agency, on behalf of the child. And we're represented by the Attorney General's office in those proceedings. Those proceedings can't move forward unless due process was properly had in the blue line. And so a different person has prosecuted, a social worker has tried to keep it on track. That's a pretty tall order, if you ask me, for a 33-year-old social worker or someone who's not trained as a legal officer. And so then if we get it past TPR, you get the TPR ruling, the case goes again into that third line, into the chancery court where adoptions occur. So there is it's a difficult path legally through the courts in Mississippi to get a child to adoption when they come through our doors. And one of the things I want to point out is back to that original purpose of the agency, our role is to protect children from their own parents and custodians when they're no longer a danger to their parents or custodians. And I think we're here to talk about, what the possibilities are in the future in Mississippi with the change in status of the Dobbs case. If a child's parents relinquish them voluntarily, they're no longer, that parent is not a threat to the child. So I think that there is room for us to look at not only how do we streamline this path to permanency through the court system, but as well to look at whether or not we need an alternative path for children who, in the first period of their life, their parents make a decision and the court finds it to be a credible and voluntary decision that they can't take care of that child. And I would argue that child doesn't need to come into this path at that point. Because our path is set up to protect children who've already been abused or neglected, our studies, our involvement with families is intended to be very rigorous. It's invasive. We're looking to see, we don't want children re-harmed while they're in our care. I was asked about legislative considerations that we may have on our agenda this year. We're still contemplating some things, and one of the most important is that Mr. Anderson and we've conducted an internal audit of both of our agencies. There was a myth at one time that there was a lot of federal funding that would be left on the table if we were to completely split CPS from DHS. That split was originally agreed to by the state in the 2016 iteration of the Olivia Y lawsuit. And now we're in sort of a hybrid zone where we're kind of joined, but kind of not. Bob and I have gone through and really evaluated what functions could be separated. We determined that, well, the audit determined that there was no cost savings. We weren't getting some economy of scale out of staying together. And in fact, it creates a lot of inefficiencies for, it's hard enough to pay bills in the state agency as it is, but then you got to run it through another state agency to magic. And so for nobody's, it wasn't designed to be efficient. So we will both be jointly presenting a bill to separate Mdcps and DHS fully. We are proposing that we go ahead and clean a lot of statute in that process. There are many, many names for our agencies, and I think it leads to a lot of confusion in the public. So we just both want to be really transparent and help the public understand how we're both able to help them and, better support each other in that process. So that means that our technical bill, it comes up this year anyway, and it will have some changes. I mentioned earlier about the ability for parents to make a choice about whether or not they are in a position to take care of their own child. That refers to, Mississippi has a safe haven law right now. It's a very short window of time. The idea is that parents can relinquish their child without any kind of repercussions, basically. I would argue that that period of time needs to be much broader, but that there needs to be a lot of consideration given to, what do you do about paternity in those situations? How do you establish that? How do you ensure that there is some sort of ending point where we can, make a legitimate effort to find dads or, ensure that some sort of notice is out there, but then that the case doesn't drag on for years trying to figure out if the child's legally free. There's also a group of really more judges right now and prosecutors who are working on proposing a change to the neglect definition. That's something that's come up to you before in the past. We are working with that group. We're in support of changing the definition so that we just ensure that we don't penalize or criminalize families for being very poor. We have a lot of people who live in deep poverty in Mississippi, and I can tell you that we cannot afford to foster care our way out of that. So I'll give you a little just kind of an overview of how our funding works so that you know what we're dealing with. It depends on the quarter, but our funding fluctuates, and I'll explain that to you in a minute. Basically, in 2000, I think this was state fiscal year, so this was for 2022. We spent $111 million out of general fund, and we were able to draw down with that approximately 81 million. So less than half of our funding comes from the feds. And I'm going to tell you why, and I'm going to blow your mind. There's this thing called a penetration rate. The federal program is set up in a way that requires us to determine eligibility for every child that we come into contact with. So I find that a little bizarre that our role is to protect children from their own parents, yet we're going to ask their parents how much money they make and decide whether or not the child is eligible to receive those services. So I'll reserve further comment on that. It's the strangest federal program I've ever come across. It's intensely tedious and administratively burdensome to determine eligibility for every child. And furthermore, the formulas and the process are so complex that, I mean, we've spent 2 years now digging into how this should be done. We're pretty confident Mississippi has not been very adept at understanding this funding stream. And I'm telling you, it is like, I need an LLM in it to figure it out. But we know that our state has a penetration rate of roughly 30%. It was around 29% when I came into the agency. We know that sister states like Arkansas have a penetration rate of more like 50 to 60%, and they have similar poverty rates. They have some, more thriving urban centers, but so we know there's room to move up, and that's built into our plan with this ARPA funding for ways that we're going to be able to shift and sustain the work that we're doing. But I just want to point out to you there, this is an example of how the penetration rate applies. So we determine how many kids are eligible to be protected from their parents by federal money. And whatever percent that is by quarter, it changes every quarter. We can apply that. So you take $100 over there. If you take $100 and our current penetration rate, I think that says 35%. So if our current penetration rate was 35%, that $100 that we need to spend for a child's care, we would multiply it times 35% equals 35. And then that number that's highlighted there, you have to apply that number depending on what the expenditure is. And so you get, like in this instance, if there's a 50% match and we only have a 35% penetration rate, out of every $100 we spend, we're only getting $17.50 from the feds. This you're not going to be able to see, but the point of it is to show you that our federal match rate varies. That number that gets plugged into that highlighted place, if it's an administrative cost, it's 50-50. If it's training, it could be 75% federal and 25% state. However, it depends on the type of training. You have to determine, is that general training or is it actually clinical training? If we are paying for foster board rates, you apply a different percent. If you're paying for congregate care or care for children, clothing, you can see up there, I didn't count them, but there's 9, 10 different types of cost that you would, for some reason, apply a different rate. So point being, federal funding is not a really robust support for child welfare work. I want to just touch real quickly. I wanted an update on Olivia Y. We are currently in a rebuilding period that we negotiated with the plaintiffs by mutual agreement. It was designed to lessen the many metrics that we were reporting on every month to give us time to really reform the system and restructure it. We have made a tremendous push this year to hire people. We've had some success with that in a time when folks are really struggling to hire people, and that's good news. We find that this is niche work, and there are a lot of people out there who really genuinely care for one reason or another about helping children who've been abused and helping strengthen families. We are looking within our budget and within the new SEC squared system to do a basic reform of our salary structure so that we bring the bottom salaries up to something that's livable. We require people to have a college degree. They need to have clinical experience, and we expect them to make sound clinical decisions about children and what their parents do or do not do for them. So the update is, in this rebuilding period ends in January of 2023. I've been having voluntary update sessions with the plaintiffs and monitors every quarter. So they're aware every step of the way, the hurdles we're hitting, the reasons that some things take more time to accomplish. I'm gonna be honest with you, getting stuff done in state government is super hard. Buying things, paying bills, all of it, it's like a whole different language you gotta learn. So there were questions about the most recent monitors report. People have been pulling that as a measure of where the agency is. The media likes to do that. Because of this rebuilding period that we're in, the most recent monitors report that's published, it's public, it's on our website. It came out in June of 2021. That report reflects practice and data from January to December of 2020. They spend 6 months compiling their report every year, and then it comes out in June. So just to be aware, I mean, it's, you know, we're not going to have that report wouldn't be perfect today if we go back into that agreement. My goal is that we will make appreciable progress on the metrics we've promised to accomplish, and that in January, we will renegotiate another step forward and away from the lawsuit, a step towards exit, but I do not look to be in a position to exit immediately. As a, you know, fallback plan, when we get practice to a place where I feel more comfortable where it is, I think that we also have a good argument to go in front of the court and negotiate a better path forward. But at this point in time, I'm getting cooperation from the plaintiff's attorneys, and I think more importantly, the monitors have been a really important part of advising and consulting with us with the plaintiff's agreement. Another sort of just specific question that was sent to us was, what about moms who test positive for drugs? And I know that's a controversial topic. Testing positive for drugs when a mom goes into the hospital and delivers a child is not in and of itself considered abuse or neglect. We have to make an additional determination on top of that as to whether that constitutes abuse or neglect. So, and I'll give you an example. Mom comes in, she tests hot for marijuana. Her baby has marijuana in her meconium. We asked mom, she says, yeah, I was having, you know, a lot of anxiety towards the end of my pregnancy. I smoked a little pot. We go to the house, we do a home study, we investigate their supports, and we use those factors to determine, are there indicators of abuse and neglect? Things like, are there other children in the home? Are there small children in the home, children under 3? Is there a previous history with the agency? So it's a weighing of, we call it totality of the circumstances in law, but so at any rate, there's a program called CARA that was set up in 2016 under CAPTA. There's a lot of alphabet soup in this work, but it's a federal program, and it does require that states agree that they will not in and of itself consider an addicted born mother, a mother who's tested positive and an infant born with drugs in their system is not considered abuse and neglect without further findings. So we have an alternative response. If we do find that there's a child who was born with drugs in their system, but there are indicators of support in the family and that the child can go home with you know, a good prognosis of safety, We then refer them to in-home services. They either go to Healthy Families Mississippi, which is under DHS, and it covers 15 states in Mississippi, or they go to In-Circle. If there are indicators, if indicators of abuse start to unfold, or there are risk factors that are seen in the family, then that in-home service refers them back to us, and we can go over to that other side and go down the investigation path. To be clear, if this is the third baby the mom's had that's addicted, if the baby has abnormally high levels in their system, if there are other children in the home, or indicators of risk, then we would just go the regular route and investigate the case, and they would go in front of the court, and we'd make those legal determinations. I know home studies are a topic that people were interested in. We do home studies for both adoptions and for foster care. This is not intended for you to be able to read it, but I want you to see how complex the home study process for our agency is. And that's because, again, we are working with children who've already been abused or neglected, or should be. And so ensuring that they're not abused or neglected, again, under the state's watch, we have a pretty rigorous home study process. And it's used both for foster families and for adoptive families. Additionally, we have to keep kids, for a child to go into adoption once they've come into our custody, they have to be in that foster home. The people who want to adopt them have to come in as a licensed foster home in Mississippi and foster for 6 months so that we can monitor, and then the court will determine that they're eligible for adoption, and we go on to those other bars and hope that we can get it through that complex legal process. The reason I think, just to be really clear, our state is taking on liability for when we perform the home study. We're taking on some responsibility there. And again, our programs are designed to protect children who've already been harmed. We do have some preventive services in Mississippi. They are scant right now, that our agency funds. Canopy Children's Solutions and Youth Villages provide probably our most robust in-home service. It's called In-Circle, and it goes into the homes of fragile families and does sort of intensive case management. So, it could be assessing what the family needs and then trying to help them hook up with those resources. Can include some outpatient therapy, and it can include referrals to more intensive mental health services. We have a project in Starkville, a parent cafe that does a really good job up there of engaging parents and biological parents and trying to help them develop their skills to be better parents and give them support. Southern Christian Services has a small grant for us, Catholic Charities, and we've recently added one called Health Connect America. We are in the process of finalizing an RFP for roughly $8 million for a much more intensive evidence-based home-based services. So our goal is to expand that and to start to intervene upstream and try to prevent child abuse. As I said before, it's not possible to foster care our way out of this. And that's it. Y'all have questions?
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, I'm going to say too, I really appreciate your candor in all of these meetings with coming to us with problems and solutions sometimes, but really kind of giving us really a glimpse. We've had a lot of meetings and even on materials that we didn't even talk about today, really trying to help give us the information so that we can go back and study this to try to see how that we can help in this endeavor. So I appreciate your candor. I know the chairman does in the meetings that we've had as well. So I'm going to let the committee ask questions and I may do some follow-up questions with that too. Chairman Bryan, I believe you had a question.
In your presentation, you made a reference to salaries and trying to retain and obtain staff. What are the starting salaries and what do they max out at for people who are in the field?
Right now, for an entry-level social worker, we pay them roughly $15.35 an hour. That amounts to somewhere around $31,000. When I got to the agency, they had frozen a career ladder. So you came in at that rate and you didn't have anywhere to go unless you moved into administration. We've since re-implemented a 4-step career ladder. And then, like I said, with the SEC squared, the flexibility that gave us, we really reinvented a clinical career ladder that has 9 steps in it. And it's intended to incentivize or to reward people for getting their license, for going back and getting an additional degree, for staying with the agency with certain performance metrics. So our goal is to grow a workforce and to groom and develop a workforce. I would tell you it takes about 2 years, I think, just to get a rudimentary mastery on all of the things we expect workers to do right now.
But the starting salary is 31, did you say?
Right now.
And
Max.
reasonably at the end of the year, what sort of salary could I be looking at?
I'm sorry, say that again.
If I were a starting social worker at the end of the year, what sort of salary would I be looking at?
You're going to go up about $1,000 to $1,500 each year for 4 years, and then you max out somewhere around 37 or 38. We would like to get our starting salaries for that frontline worker to $18.01 an hour. That is still a little less than they can make at Hobby Lobby, but it is much more in line with what a degreed teacher or licensed professional can expect to make in Mississippi. I would point out that we're running a state agency like it's an 8 to 5 agency, and yet we are a 24/7 first responder agency. And that creates its own, I mean, I just think it's something we haven't all acknowledged out loud.
These are college graduates. To a very large extent, not to say that these are the individuals who make the decision, obviously alone, but to a very large extent, these are people who are making decisions about whether a child should be removed from a home, whether a situation is a crisis where the child is really in danger and something must happen immediately, and the risk of that are obvious. But on the other hand, there are situations where if you remove a child inappropriately, that creates a trauma all of its own. So it's an extremely high stakes decision. And I'm told that judges in courtrooms who have to make decisions about such things, including termination of parental rights, find that this is one of the most difficult decisions that they have to make. So a fortiori, as they say, it would be a difficult decision for someone to make on the ground, and yet we're expecting college graduates making these sorts of critical decisions to work for 31 grand a year with the promise that if they're very good, maybe they can get up to $39,000 a year before they retire.
Yes, sir. That's a good appreciation of the facts. And that's why I'm committed to, within my own budget, to get them up to something closer to market. I think we're asking the impossible. I call it a terrible decision. And it's an inevitable result of when we get involved in a case. We either have to decide with the judge's help, but the judge is not out there with this worker. The worker's in the house, they smell the smells, they see the things. They're in threatening, frightening situations, often without law enforcement. And their job is Do you take this child out of this home and cause, we know, enormous trauma to the child? Or do you leave the child there and take the risk that something terrible is going to happen to that child? And it, frankly, I mean, that's why I look like I do. It keeps me up at night. The stakes are very high. And so I believe that we have to grow a competent, qualified workforce and give them the training and the tools that they need to do the job. And I think if in doing that, we start to streamline the path to permanency and reduce the number of kids who are in custody that do not need to be, that the state can potentially afford that.
Well, I just have this odd experience in that I think across the board at our state agencies, our state employees were underpaid, given the change in salaries across the board. They're certainly more underpaid than they would. Every time, I mean, if you think about it, if the personnel board system was working right, we do a survey in year one, we appropriate in year two, and that's the salary you get paid in year three. So there's like a 2-year delay built in, even if it were working right. And every time I say it sure seems to me we're underpaying state employees, somebody says SEC squared 3 times before the cock crows, and that's the end of the discussion. And I don't know what this SEC squared is, other than having 100 teams in the Southeastern Conference. But I do know that every time I talk to an agency head, they say the same thing you say, which is we don't pay enough money to keep and retain persons.
So I'll walk that line delicately, but we have found a lot of support at SPB this year. But we went over there early and we really went with a plan, and they have really helped us. It has simplified our hiring structure, and I'll be going to the board next month to really propose this final sort of just realignment of all the salaries in the agency. But yeah, you're right. It's if you want someone who can do this work and do it well and do it with efficacy, I think you have to pay them.
But again, what we're talking about now, I don't mean to beat this dead horse, well, I don't know why. But what we're talking about now is you're making a presentation for what you hope will take place in the 2023 legislative session, which will set the salaries that start in July of 2023.
No, sir, I've worked with SEC Squared and State Personnel Board with the budget I have to restructure.
Oh, so
we're
they're
eliminating some
they're letting
pins.
you make some changes mid-year.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We're looking to do that this fall, in fact. I will also accept additional raises in the legislative session this spring, if you're so inclined.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Wiggins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Commissioner. I do have a couple questions. So I could be up here a long time, but I'm not going to do that. But to kind of Senator Bryan's point, and I think you've done a good job at explaining your agency's role. But I think people don't understand. And so you're agreeing with that. And so and contrary to what people that I hear, CPS doesn't get involved unless there's a reason for them to. Put it another way, the reason CPS is there is because something has happened with the parents and the caretakers that is not been good for the children, and the state has to get involved.
Right.
You're not there to come take people's kids. You're not there just willy-nilly. But what has happened is the parents or the caretakers have done something that the law has said the state has to get involved. That's either abuse, that's either putting them in a criminal situation, that is molesting them, that is drugs, something like that. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. And I'd like to kind of clarify on that a little bit. The system in Mississippi, I guess, since I don't know how long, but the system I walked into has what it calls a centralized intake. We have a hotline that anonymous people can call referrals into. And, you know, it can be abused, and it is abused. It's used for political, jabs, and it's used in family custody matters quite frequently.
Because somebody's kid said something to them on the baseball field, and so they're gonna go call in a report to the hotline because they can't, you know, they got mad at them. Is that kind of?
If you wanna torture somebody, this is a pretty good way to do it.
So then they go call the CPS to come out there, and then they investigate, which takes time and money and energy and resources because somebody's mad because little Johnny said something about little Betty out on the baseball field. Is that what happens?
Yeah, or mom and daddy are trying to get a divorce, and
Mom and daddy are trying to get a
she wants to
divorce.
prove that he's not fit to have the kids. You know, and some of you have, not you in this room, but elected officials are often, can be targets. I've had reports made on me. So it's something you got to kind of get some tough skin for, but we do allow anonymous reporting in Mississippi. And so what I'm going to tell you we're doing in our agency to address this is that we've never had we have a centralized intake, but what I've learned through a lot of digging is that we really take down answers to about 5 or 6 questions. We do not take the person's name if they don't want to give it. And then we pass them out to the county for the county to decide whether to screen in or screen out, meaning whether we investigate or don't. Well, I think there's an inherent bias, first of all, in sending the case out to the county where, you know, y'all know what it's like to live in Mississippi. You know everybody. So the call comes in and the intake person either says, oh, I got to church with her. She wouldn't do that. Or, oh my God, I hate her. Yeah, we're definitely going out on this one. So we're taking that bias out. We're pulling it into central office, and many other states already do this, but we're going to have a consultant come in and help us use our state laws to build an evidence-based system that's designed for clinical decision-making, so that from that very first call, we start to have some efficacy and credibility to the decisions we make. They use data that's normed across the country. And so when you have these combinations of these factors, it's going to prompt, you should consider this. We can still override it. We're going to hire high-level clinicians to run that hotline. And so in the next year, I look to have a lot more confidence in the decisions that are made on the front end of who gets investigated and who doesn't. And that's important for a couple of reasons. We know in Mississippi, we screen in about 75% of our calls. The national average runs around 50%. So we know we're over screening, and we know that there's a lot of disparity geographically in where that happens. And it sounds good for safety for children. You say, well, better to make a mistake and go in than not make a mistake. But we have limited resources. And when you're going in to check on, you know, a false custody matter, and you might miss that kid in a cage over there.
And it's traumatic to a child when the state and uproots them out of their family setting, whatever it is. And I guess that's great to hear. But I think at a certain point, we as a state, since we're here having this, Madam Chair, we have to understand that as adults, we are failing our children. We can blame CPS, we can blame the workers, but it's us who put our children in this situation. So maybe we as adults and people who have children need to understand what we're placing on our agencies, because it's our behavior that is leading to these children going into state custody.
Well, and I appreciate.
Sorry, that was me, but I think that it's important that that is understood, because I don't think people understand that.
Thank
And
you.
since we are doing this for this committee, Madam Chair, we need to understand that. And I'm sorry, so to get to my other question, you mentioned on the legal slide that you had about the legal, at the end of the day, it's a legal proceeding. That was your first slide or second slide, the legal path. And you mentioned that those decisions are made in the youth courts. And you, I think your quote was, it varies across the state. So, and the reason it varies across the state is because you have 60 different courts making these decisions. Is that not right?
Yes.
Okay. And that causes what may happen in Jackson County is different from what may the decision being made in Yalobusha County or something, right?
Right.
So to the Supreme Court committee on, I think the Children's Justice Commission has recommended a statewide county court system which would address and handle youth court matters, because under our law, county courts can address youth courts. You're familiar with what that recommendation has been?
Yes, there are several iterations. And I would say that I do think that ultimately to control supports and systems for families, having a uniform judicial process is critical. We need to get there as a state. Whether it's in the county court or a specialized youth court set up as a helping court or a problem-solving court. There are a lot of ways to do that. I do also think that the other part, that the variance in the court system is a really big challenge for us to overcome. We've got some great referees out there, but more referees than full-time courts. And, at a certain point in the lifespan of that case, those courts are hearing the case once a year, unless somebody puts it back in front of them. But a social worker is not in a position to call a hearing. That's a lawyer's job, to get something back on the docket and say, hey, Judge, we need to move this along. We have new information. That blue line down there is where prosecutors generally are involved in the case. In many jurisdictions, they sort of fall off the case around adjudication. In some, they're much more active through to the permanency hearing. But at any rate, an entirely new attorney picks up the case at TPR, and then an entirely new attorney at adoption. So we have both a disparate path in the court system and with who sits on the bench, as well as the representation that is responsible for moving the case efficiently through the court.
And so, correct me if I'm wrong, so that leads to different outcomes and judicial outcomes depending on where you are in the state, and which I would assume makes it difficult on your agency.
Very. It leads particularly, if you look about 2/3 over on that path right there, as you get to TPR, it leads to a lot of children getting stuck there. And, we have a lot of great judges on the bench. Some of them inherited caseloads from their predecessors. And if you get to TPR, and again, you don't have due process, you're not going to prove that case up in court. So if a shelter hearing wasn't signed or didn't have the requisite findings in it 4, 5, 6 years ago, it's a hard cure. So I've had some lawyers in my agency start going through and pulling transcripts if they're available, sifting through old files. We've got kids who are stuck over there and have been there. I mean, I've got some out in, I'm not going to name counties, but 10, 12 years that they've been with an adoptive family, and the adoptive family wants to adopt them. They want to make it permanent, and we're stuck at this place of trying to make the findings for TPR. And in the past, that has been, I'm not saying people point fingers or blame, but the idea is that the social worker should cure that. Well, they got a stack on their desk. They've inherited a case. They're not in a position to cure what's wrong with an order or to go look in a transcript and determine that these findings might actually supplant what was in that order. And in combination, we actually have, you know, reasonable efforts.
They're just one piece of a bigger process.
They're social workers.
My last question is, and I don't know if you heard this yesterday, but we heard testimony from Dr. Edney in particular, but others, that as a result of the Dobbs decision, which is what's led to this, which I think is good, this committee, that on a conservative basis, there will be 5,000 children coming, additional births. And based on that testimony, it was also that these children are generally either, in their terms, unwanted or unplanned, which generally 60%, as they said, are on Medicaid, which also we're talking about kids that probably end up in the system. Okay, so are y'all prepared for 5,000 kids, additional kids across the state?
No, sir, not by myself. I'm not.
Okay. Is that something that we should be concerned about?
It concerns me. And I would appreciate everyone considering it a problem we need to solve together.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do understand that we are slightly pressed for time, but I do have a few questions. So I'll start by saying I actually fell within that blue box for a while. I served as a county prosecutor, and so I know a little bit about the system and how it works. And so if we can start with this particular slide, one of the solutions that I have looked at and that I kind of am an advocate for is families or parents having an advocate or an attorney throughout this process. And I'll tell you why. I think that helps us in that blue box, because if you have one person with continuity from the beginning, if they get an attorney appointed to them at the shelter hearing that stands with the family all the way to the end of this process, if we get that far, you actually do have one person that would have continuity throughout this process and can be able to tell us what's happened there. What do you think, if any, would be the cons of requiring that an attorney be appointed to the parent at removal and stays with them throughout this process?
I think that's an essential part of creating a legitimate legal process. Navigating all of this is hard enough for me with 2 degrees. For a parent coming into the system, it is a very, very uphill battle. Having that parent representation, that's a project that's underway in Mississippi. So we've made a few gains there, but we've got a long way to go. One of the benefits of separating from DHS is we will be filing our own cost allocation plan that's specific to the child welfare funding streams I mentioned up there. And that will allow us to start to draw down some funding to help pay for attorneys. But you can see when you start applying that formula up there, it's still not, you know, it's not like we get 50-50 or 75% federal funding. But I agree that parents need to be represented, but I would also argue that the person prosecuting on the state's behalf, the person responsible for driving the case through the court system, should be the same, at least. Case moved through court. So I think a lot of the solution is thinking about how our judicial process works in other court systems and how it should work, and adopting some of those things that we already know for how do you move a case through the court? Well, it takes 2 parties who are interested in it and are pushing it.
Yeah, absolutely. That was my next point. I don't disagree that I think the same person in the blue should carry us throughout this the red phase within this case, because many times I was in a small county, so I did the whole county prosecutorial role along with youth court. But in many cases, the county prosecutor appoints a youth court prosecutor, or the chancery court appoints a youth court prosecutor. And I think within that person's duty, it wouldn't be too much to add that red portion. And again, it gives you continuity throughout the case, which is important in these situations. My next question is around preventative services. I think I can't recall the exact word. I think the word was scant. Our preventative services are scant or scarce. I see that you're proposing procuring other preventative services. What would these services look like? And I'll condition that with saying, I think that where we get our best return on the investment is to actually use preventative services, and that keeps us from getting to the point where we're removing children from homes, hopefully, if it's evidence-based.
Yeah, we don't have the contract inked, but we're bringing in a model for in-home intensive services that has been rated by the federal FFPSA clearinghouse as well supported. And that doesn't mean anything to y'all other than it's been evaluated, and there's a rigorous requirement for data and norm data that says it's well supported, and that it's based on something rather than somebody's idea of this is what parents need. So it's an in-home service. They have data that supports that they can divert children support children who are in the foster system and get them back home much more quickly. They can perform, this service can be used for primary prevention to keep children from coming into the system. And the good thing about moving towards having well-supported programs, it's working in other states and there's data that shows that. But B, we will be filing a Families First Prevention Services state plan. It will take us about 1.5 years to get it approved if we're consistent with what has happened with other states. But that funding it opens up a whole different stream of federal funding intended to help families for up to 1 year avoid losing their children into the system. And in 2025, that funding will be matched at the federal matching rate. So, right now it's in the 80s for Mississippi. I expect that will drop down to back to about 76 or 75, but that's a robust federal funding investment in services for those families. So we're moving towards getting all of our prevention services set up in a way that we can really draw down that funding to continue, make them sustainable.
And I'm glad you went there, because that was actually my next question. But you said, what's the timeline on presenting our plan for, the federal Families First?
Well, Mississippi elected in 2018 not to apply for it. There was a lot of misinformation about whether or not whether it was worth the effort. And I honestly think that information got very clouded in the situation with the TANF money and Families First. We're resetting. I think that this funding stream was one of the goals. And there's no reason just because of that kerfuffle that we should not pursue this federal funding stream. It is a robust form of investment for families in Mississippi. And I think it's the key to keeping us from foster caring our way out of this.
Well, I'm absolutely with you. And that's kind of why I was wondering, what's the timeline? How soon can we get that done?
We have our first draft ready. We're working with a law professor at Emory that Casey Family Programs put us in touch with, and she's reviewing it. We know that other states submit their plan about 4 times before the feds decide they're happy with it. So we're submitting this fall our first iteration. There may be 2 or 3 after that, but we're also a little bit later in the game, and we have some people who've done this across the state. So, maybe we can wow them without 4 passes back and forth.
Understood. Now, another question, will, in your plan or currently, does the state provide any direct support services? Like if you go into a home and, I mean, maybe the home is cited for neglect and it's just because the parent couldn't pay the light bill or they don't have a vehicle to get to work. Do we provide any direct support services or will we, through our preventative Family First services, offer that?
Yes, and the state, one issue that I think we're here to talk about today is that the state does draw in a lot of funding and the state has a lot of programs and you're hearing about them over the course of these 2 days. So they're spread out. And that's why I say when we stand in the shoes of the parents of a child, we're very much dependent on all of the other programs that you also fund to take care of these children. We can't grow out our own. You can't afford for me to grow my own health and mental health and system. And there's no need. Those things exist. We just need to make sure that they address the needs of our population is a really high maintenance population. It needs high intensity of treatment and services and consistency of those services to keep from continuing to just keep the cycle going.
So I guess what I'm hearing you say is that these services are provided. They may just not be directly through your agency.
Some, correct.
And so are, to your knowledge, social workers equipped to be able to let a family know, like, this is where you need to go to get this service or to get that service?
Yes, but in all candor, the child belongs to us and every other service has the ability to say, sorry, not here. So we get the child whether we're short-staffed or whether we're, it's a reality of the responsibility I accepted, but we are passive consumers in the game of retrieving services for our children unless we buy them ourselves. And we are going to buy some of them ourselves, but the danger in that is that just gives judges an incentive to put kids in foster care because they can't find the services they need for them elsewhere.
And I was listening to the budget hearings last week, and it's my understanding that we do still have children who are in hotels. What's our plan to exit that strategy and to get the children out of hotels? And then how many and where are they?
That was my first goal when I got into the agency and learned that horrible fact. And we've contracted with a facility at Methodist Children's Village that was sitting empty and being unused. We estimated what we're spending on those children. It's roughly $650 a day. So $200 more a day than Medicaid pays for residential treatment facilities right now. And it's a wholly substandard solution. You're talking about kids in a hotel with a sitter. And I try not to say that out loud, but it's out there. And it actually happens in other states, but we have not been able to get the number to zero. When we develop a resource, it fills up. And then other people want to use that resource and it gets taken away from, and let me be clear, these are Mississippi's kids. So if they come from a different avenue and they need that resource, it just means we don't have enough resources. It doesn't mean that, well, my kids got bumped because those kids got the bed. But my kids are hard to take care of, especially the teens when they've been moved multiple times, they've been through multiple traumas. We need a type of care in Mississippi that anticipates what they've lived through. People throw the word trauma-informed around. But if you don't expect a 14-year-old who's been raped multiple times by people in her family and kicked out of every home of anyone she knows, if you don't expect her to come into your lobby and wreak some havoc, you're not prepared for that kid. And so they take long-term intensive treatment. They need time to build attachments. There are other states that have treatment programs that do a decent job of this.
Right. And just a couple of more questions. I also heard you receive.
Can you I've got some other senators wanting to ask questions and
I
we're
got you.
15 minutes behind time. So
Okay,
can we?
one more question then.
Okay.
I heard that, there is, the agency receives TANF funds. And, from the budget hearing, what does the agency do with the TANF funds that they receive?
We have worked with Mr. Anderson to ensure that we want to keep it really simple so that's, everyone's a little nervous about spending TANF money. We have worked with a consultant and got it set up so that those can all go to allowable salaries for employees. There are certain parts of the work that we do that fall within the 4 tenets of TANF. Not all of our employees can be billed to it, but a portion can be. And so that will provide a really transparent, everybody can go into Magic and see what's happening with it. There's no question of, whether or not that program is also serving kids that DHS is funding. We're using it to supplement salaries. TANF was, prior to the agency splitting, it looks like it's always been considered a part of the funding for child welfare, that and SSBG. And when the split occurred, those were some of the funds that weren't, I think y'all anticipated that the agencies would sit down and rationally share the resources. And I don't think that occurred.
So no services, just salaries.
Pardon?
No services for TANF money. You're just using.
No, we're using other funding to provide these services because we're working with vendors that also have some TANF grant money. And we just want to keep it super clean, that it's not, there's no question that, they're double dipping on kids. So I came out of DHS and I'm still a little scarred from all that.
Chairman McMahon.
Commissioner Sanders, thank you. I know we've talked about the salaries, and I know we've talked about some of the legal challenges. I want to refocus for just a minute on the children themselves. When I think of my own life, I think one of the most stable foundations of my life was that I had a father and a mother and a family, at least through college. You said that it was a very difficult process to place children out of a home and through the system. You said it took most of the time 60 days. What tools do you need from this legislature? What tools do you need to streamline that?
To get them back in their home or to get them onto permanency?
Your words were the process is difficult. What tools do you need?
A streamlined legal procedure and consistent representation in court. I think that the representation in court that pushes the case through should be a specialized lawyer that in many states, the lawyer represents the agency and the agency is a party from start to finish and can make sure the case moves through the court. Frankly, I don't have a strong opinion in this state other than it's got to be something other than 3 different attorneys who inherit a case and then have to figure it out and try to cure it.
I know you're going to give a lot of thought to this about what tools that you need so you can get this information to Senator Boyd.
Senator McMahon, I'll interrupt you. You're welcome to co-sponsor my legislation on the statewide county court system because it would do exactly what she's asking for.
So I want to go back to the group homes for just a minute. The Pentecostals operate an orphanage in North Mississippi, and the Catholics for thousands of years have taken care of widows and orphans in houses of faith, worship centers of faith. Are you guys partnered with any churches? And the reason I ask this question, the church is better equipped. Government is doing things in families that government was not designed to do. It's not equipped for it. We're dealing with real people. This is real people. This is not data. These are little children. In 2016, a church in Alabama, a pastor called CPS and told CPS, how many children do you have in our county in a foster care or in protective services? They said 150. He said, we'll take every one of them. Are you guys partnering with any churches and counties and communities?
Yes, but I'm also cautious about that, Senator McMahon. You know, we just had, there's a home in South Mississippi, Homes of Hope, not licensed, not registered with us. We don't register homes, but not licensed anywhere in the state. Faith-based service, and sometimes bad things happen in those homes. For that reason, the federal government, as a rule, has really pushed away from congregate care. I think that there's a need for both. I don't think we can, again, foster our way out of this problem, but I am biased towards working with entities that are willing to submit to some form of licensure and regulation so that we have a really good idea on what's happening with those kids. And as an example, you know, I mean, my husband's raised 2 kids. He considers himself a decent dad. Neither of them are in jail, but he has his old habits. And if we had a kid come into our house and start hoarding food and hiding and stealing things, and these are really common habits of kids who've been in foster care.
Yeah, they're in survival mode.
Yes, yes. His tendency is to yell and, no, you're gonna do it my way. Well, then there's a consequence. You gotta, you know, and that resorting to your own personal parenting technique can cause further harm. So I am cautious. Yes, I am very, very interested in working with any system in Mississippi that wants to help us take care of these children. And, you know, one of the things y'all have heard me say is that I did walk into a situation where I had to build a lot more infrastructure than I anticipated. So we have been getting what I call the basics right so that we can start getting fancy, but partnering with faith-based communities. And frankly, I'd really like to establish an entire arm of the agency that is more of a private foundation type of arm or a subsidiary so that we can really tap into that generosity. People, it is amazing how much Mississippians want to help this population. And so, you know, long-term goal is that we will have a path and show them, welcome them in, and have an organized way for them to really help us take care of these kids.
I really want you guys to put a focus on this. If you'll come to the area I represent, we'll put out an all call and bring in several, you know, maybe 100 pastors and see what we can do to really move the needle. Because I think if we engage and make people aware, if we engage the need and make people of faith aware, all faiths aware of the need, I think they'll rise to the occasion. And, you know, you get your agency to meet your concerns. You could always have a social worker embedded within that organization, you know, as well. But I think this is something worthy and something we should look at, because you know, the entire budget of Mississippi is $6 billion. And I really believe if we gave you $6 billion, if we gave you the entire budget of Mississippi, it wouldn't move the needle. It would not move the needle for these families, because it would not move the needle. But if we engage our churches and ask houses of faith, people of faith to come together and help restore and heal these families and these children, I think we can move the needle.
And I agree. My message has been, I mean, these are Mississippi's kids. It will take all of us, every agency, every faith-based and charitable organization. And I completely concur. We can't buy our way out of this. We have to invest in families and start preventing this kind of cycle of abuse.
Commissioner, I want to
for
thank
taking
you.
my
I'm going to
questions.
have to call time because we are way over our time on this, Commissioner. I want to thank you tremendously. Y'all can ask questions to her or submit additional questions to her. We'll be glad to do that. I can't thank you enough, and I can't thank you enough for your candor in making us your partner and trying to help us see that what we can do. And none of us envy your job and envy the work that your social workers are doing across the state. So thank you very much. Mr. Snowden, if you will go ahead and come on up, we will appreciate it. And I want to recognize too, we have had two members of the House's committee that is also looking at this very issues. We have Representative Jill Ford, who is welcome to join us at the table. And we had Representative Missy McGee, and I think we've had Representative Owen in here as well. So we thank y'all for being with us. So. Director Snowden, when you're ready, we'll go ahead and commence. So thank you so much. And we appreciate, as I've told everybody, we very much appreciate the meetings that you've had with us. They have led to a lot of work that we've been doing behind the scenes already. So thank you very much. I'm gonna let you go ahead.
Well, Madam Chairman and Senators, let me say first of all, it is a privilege and a pleasure to be here to give you this report and answer any questions you may have. I'm Greg Snowden. I'm the Director of the Administrative Office of Courts. I'm located across the street in the Supreme Court building. In April of this year, the judicial conferences were held, the spring judicial conferences were held in Biloxi. And at that, if you're familiar with it, you probably aren't, you may not be, the chancellors, the circuit courts, and the county court judges, and the referees, I think they all meet separately. The referees may meet with the chancellors. At the time, they all meet and discuss business that is of particular concern to them. I was in, I think, the circuit judges conference or whatever, but when I came out, they all pretty much adjourned at the same time. I was not in the county court judges conference, the youth court judges, but Chief Justice Randolph was. And as he came out that door, he buttonholed me and said, listen, come over here. We need to sit down and talk about this. This is something we need to address. And what he was speaking of was the discussion in the conference among the judges about problems in the adoption process generally and in the TPR, termination of parental rights procedures specifically. And these were by and large, as was perceived, and I think it turns out was accurate, were certain bureaucratic or logistical sorts of issues in the process that for whatever reason they were in there and they impeded the progress of adoption procedures. There are a number of children. I hesitate to give a number because I actually have heard different numbers, perhaps as high as 1,000, certainly in the hundreds of children that are poised for adoption and ready to be adopted, that are kind of stuck in the pipeline for whatever reason. Now, I'm not speaking in terms of due process. Obviously, with the termination of parental rights, the natural parents have an immense right, and there's an entire process, as you know, to go through that to terminate those rights. Court has to find it's in the best interest of the child, and then you may proceed with the adoption unless it's a voluntary sort of termination, which frequently happens. But there was procedural roadblocks in that process. The Chief Justice said to me, look, I'm putting you in charge of this. I hesitate to say that because, I guess I own it one way or the other. But he said, we need a representative committee, an ad hoc committee of subject matter experts, of which certainly I wasn't one and am not one, to come to the table and discuss these issues and try to find ways that we can deal with it. And the committee was conceived of being chancellors, referees, youth court judges, plus CPS representatives, plus the representatives of the Attorney General's office. They handled the TPRs, as you know. And then also we had, at the suggestion of the State Public Defender's Office, we said, yeah, we need to have some people from the defender community. So they were on there as well. I had pulled up before I came up here a copy of the committee members that I was going to share with you, but I can provide that to you. I don't know what happened between there and here, but it blinked off my iPhone. But I can provide that to you. We had a worthy committee of subject matter experts. And again, you just heard from Commissioner Sanders, and she is a subject matter expert. I'm not. I learned a lot through this process. My role was not as a committee member, but to facilitate the meetings and chair the meetings and keep the discussion moving. And I think we succeeded in doing that. So the committee was formed and has met a total of 8 times. The last meeting was yesterday, as a matter of fact, which is one reason I'm just now getting you the document in front of you. I apologize for that. We were asked to provide that last week, and normally I would have, but we were having a meeting yesterday. First of all, I wanted it to be complete because yesterday was the, as I'll get to, the committee's final meeting, but also because this was more or less on behalf of the committee. Again, I'm a facilitator, and I want to get the committee's, agreement to allow me to share that, even if it's with the Senate committee. I mean, it's their product, and they were glad to, by the way. There was no problem with that. I just felt the need to ask them. So that's what you have in front of them. In front of you is a product of this committee. The committee identified certain things, and again, all these are bureaucratic problems. And I don't mean that in any sort of pejorative way. It's just that that's what's developed over time. And first and foremost, and let me say before I even begin, I can't tell you how helpful and cooperative Child Protective Services has been. Andrea's people have been wonderful. They've been at the table, they've made suggestions, and they've executed changes. Same thing with the Attorney General's office. Hadley Eisenberger over there heads up their TPR folks. Done just an excellent job on this committee, cooperative in every way, suggesting ways that we can improve, as have the judges and everybody else that participated. But the beauty of this committee was it was not a committee to really make recommendations. It was a committee made up of policy people who could actually do things. So it was more of a discussion of what needed to be done, and hey, can you do this? And the answer to most of these has been, yes, we can, and we will. And now I'm proud to say for several of these, we've done it. So anyway, I want to walk through this, if I may. The first one, there is a requirement, or was a requirement, I should say, in the adoption checklist of items that had to be gathered and delivered to the court as a predicate to proceeding to a final adoption, one of which was a psychological evaluation of the child. Well, in the practical world, this may take 3 or 4 months just to procure one, first of all. And secondly, there's really usually no reason to have one, particularly this late in this process. If there's a need to have a psychological evaluation of the child, it would have been done earlier on. So this was just, you had to have a psychological evaluation. Well, this was construed by many to mean, well, we have to go get a new one. And so it was a 3 or 4 month delay in many cases just to wait on the psychological report that really wasn't needed. So CPS actually volunteered this out of the box that, hey, as we read the statute, it's not required that we provide this. It should be perhaps more, if there is one, interpreted to mean if there is one in existence, that you'll provide that to the court. But you don't have to go commission a new one. And I'm proud to say that yesterday, Marcus Davenport, who's a member of the committee from CPS, confirmed that they've removed any reference to that in their checklist of guidelines. So that should not be an impediment to moving forward with adoptions around the need to obtain a psychological report. And that can be a significant help, particularly in those areas where it may be more difficult for whatever reason to obtain one. So that's one thing that we were able to kind of check off our list early as one of the sorts of things that we could help resolve. There is, and again, I knew none of this when I began, but I learned this through facilitating these meetings. The social summary is a key factor, a key ingredient of an adoption workup, if you will. This is prepared generally by it is prepared by the social workers. As a social worker that's assigned the case, a CPS worker, in other words, and they prepare basically a complete summary of everything with that child that led up to this point. And it's very comprehensive, and it's got to be accurate. The court relies upon it. And it's a massive undertaking if you start new and do it. And complicating that is that the social workers tend to be folks that are quite mobile. They reassign, they do other things. It's not uncommon to have 3, 4, sometimes even 5 social workers that have been assigned this case as it has progressed. Well, the problem is the social worker at the end of the food chain, so to speak, that has it at the time it's ready to prepare for adoption, they have to go back and prepare this social summary, which is a big chore. They have to basically go back and look at the initial records and glean through all that without any firsthand knowledge of what may have gone on, and just take it purely from the records. So the question, and this took up a lot of time and discussion in our committee, how can we help that situation? And again, CPS stepped up to the plate, and first of all, they said they are expecting a new computer system. Apparently, they've received funding for that, or partial funding, and they're working toward that. But they're having their complete computer system will be new in a period of about 2 years, and then it will be much easier. But what they have developed, and the plan is to build this social summary as you go along. In other words, the social worker in charge will generate what's happened to date, so to speak. And there's a central repository of that information, electronically, of course, at the Department of Consumer Services Protection. So hopefully, at the end of the process, the social worker who's then charged with this will be able to go back. Now, they're still going to have to review that and check it with the records and that sort of thing, but it's much easier, much quicker, much more efficient, and much more accurate than you would have from someone building it from scratch going forward. And so that has been instituted to the degree it can be now, and will be even more easily done so when they have their new system, which they need. I don't even know, but they need that, and apparently it's been approved. That's something they will be doing. But that is a big problem, conceivably, because it takes man hours or woman hours away from, it adds more than should be done. It replicates work that could have been done and saved in a better way. So that's being implemented, and that is something that can certainly help the process along. There was a discussion about, now you may be familiar that after an order granting a TPR, there's a 30-day period in which the aggrieved party, if there is one, the natural parent, usually, if there is one, they can object and appeal that. It's 30 days. So obviously you can't move forward with anything permanent with an adoption until that appeal period has run, or obviously if they have an appeal, until it's prosecuted and decided. So the suggestion has been made, and CPS again is committed to educating their people to do this. Most of these, they either run or they're ultimately resolved. You actually can begin. But what they want to do is not wait the 30 days before they start building their paperwork to move forward. That's just a dead month. And so what they can do is have everything ready, because there are going to be documents that have to be signed, and they can have that ready conceivably on the 31st day. Once the appeal period runs, they can begin the process and not have to wait that dead period of 30 days before they start generating anything. And that's an internal thing. But again, that's a potential savings of another month in this process. And CPS is undertaking that. It's mainly a matter of education, as I appreciate it, with their folks and giving them the guidelines to do that. There's also a need, and you'll see this item 4 on your item here. We've discussed, the committee did, with the Supreme Court and with the Judicial College. There are certain items, those of you who are lawyers, you'll certainly know that there's certain items that the law requires or the court rules require to be expedited. They be given a priority status on a court's docket. And the suggestion is for the Supreme Court and to an extent the Judicial College to look at ways in which courts can make these TPR and these adoption proceedings priority matters. So they won't languish on a docket any more than they have to. Obviously, the court's in charge of its own docket, and there are other cases that are important as well. But as a general class of cases, this is one we ought to prioritize as far as the timeliness of it. So that's a suggestion. I don't think that's been fully addressed or implemented yet, but I know it's in the works. They are discussing ways they can do that to prioritize the docket. There was an issue with guardian ad litem and parent reps, just to this extent. It's important, everyone on the committee agrees, not to change horses in the middle of the stream, in other words, not to go through say the TPR process with one parent rep and then have a new one if one's needed beyond that. Same thing with the guardian ad litem. The difficulty is they're paid differently. The GALs are paid through CPS by the state, and they have already instituted, and I think had, frankly, before this committee, they retain, they're making a policy of retaining the same guardian ad litem through the process, which is good, which is what we need. Parent rep's a little more difficult because there is a question of how that person is paid. They're paid usually at the county level and not by the state. And how does that work? How is that tab going to be picked up, so to speak? And that's not entirely resolved. I think the committee feels good about some of the technical things they talked about of ways to perhaps deal with that. And again, this is where some discussion, and I guess it's the wish list, if you will, was that if there was an establishment at some point of a, which would be legislative, obviously, the establishment of a uniform youth court system, at least this problem and some others they foresee could be addressed perhaps more smoothly. But that's another way of saying probably the state would assume more of the responsibility. So that would be part of the picture, I would think. Although the counties, I presumably would continue to pay their part too. But that's the job of the legislature. But that is an area that the committee is interested in. I've not spoken to a judge myself who does not speak favorably of a uniform youth court system. Now, in fact, I haven't spoken to anyone directly that has had a problem with it. I suspect you may have a different perspective among referees, because the referee system, and we have some excellent referees, and they work very well. They wouldn't, if we had a uniform system, you had a youth court in every county, you wouldn't have referees. Now, maybe some of these referees would be youth court judges. I don't know. But I don't know that everybody would be on board with that. Some county officials would probably need a cell for that. Just my observation. But again, that would require legislative action. If you folks feel like that's in the best interest of Mississippi, I'm sure you'll find a way. If not, you won't. Now, the committee also noted that part of the problem, as far as delays in the process, again, a bureaucratic sort of thing, was that, the Attorney General's office is charged with bringing forward the TPRs, the termination of parental rights. And when there's a change in the permanency plan, from restoration of the family to the need for, terminating those parents and putting the child in a permanent place, another permanent place, there's a change in the permanency plan that should trigger the beginning of the TPR process. But if the Attorney General doesn't get the word or is delayed in getting it to them, that's again, we're not talking about a long period of time necessarily, but all these add up. And that would be one that is, in fact, it is being addressed. Our My Kids system, our youth court reporting system is they update it, I think, once or twice a year. And in this, Rex Mohan, by the way, of our office is in charge of My Kids. That's spelled MYCIDS, by the way. Don't ask me what the acronym stands for, but it's My Kids. But there will be, as a new feature, in an upcoming rendition of My Kids, that will generate some sort, and I'm not sure exactly how it will work, some sort of alert, if you will, so that the Attorney General's office, Hadley Eisenberger and her folks that deal with the TPRs will receive notice that, hey, this is one we've got to get started. And it will pick up slack. It's kind of like tightening a rope a little bit, There's a little slack here that's unnecessary. If we can tighten the rope a little bit better, we can make it serviceable in a better way. So that's the idea there. There was just some general discussion about there's a natural tension in the adoption process, in the TPR process for that matter, between reunification, which should be the policy of the courts when it's possible. You want to restore the family. You want to keep the family intact. But we all know, and believe me, heard some horror stories in this committee. I guess I knew they were there, but until you actually read some of that, some real horror stories. There are some situations we would all acknowledge where to continue that status is not in the best interest of the child. And there needs to be, and the court will make a determination there. The court will weigh the factors and giving due regard to the parents' rights, because the parenthood is something that the law respects and defers to in many, many things. And it's only when there's a point beyond which it's not in the best interest of the child that the court will move forward and declare that ought to be done differently. And there was just a discussion about the natural tension there. And it's important that our CPS workers, the Attorney General, everybody involved in the process appreciate that. You know, that's why it's a judicial decision. It's a weighty thing to have to be made. And there is some patience required in that, but it's part of working through. They do want to be advocates for the children, don't we all? But also they've got to bear in mind the variety of rights that are involved. And ultimately it is for the court to decide those things. Finally, just yesterday, Marcus Davenport again from CPS identified I know that County Judge Marcy Sutherland, who from Vicksburg, one of the things she had mentioned is that she has had people reach out to her that have real difficulty in obtaining an attorney to move forward with the adoption process. CPS has paid $600, I think, per case. That's their maximum they will pay. Well, good luck finding an attorney to do anything like that for $600, even if it's a family friend. I mean, that's a lot of work for $600. And as of October 1, that will be adjusted upward, and an attorney handling adoption for a child in the CPS system that's being adopted, that fee will be $1,000, which still won't pay for one, but it will be a bigger help, certainly a bigger help. And also, Marcus, because of the questions about, well, you know, I suppose you just can't hire one. And Marcus said one of the things, and I was unaware of this, but one of the things CPS does is maintain a list of attorneys, and I'm given to understand in every county, at least that's their mission, and they have someone in every county that's agreed to do these cases. And if you have a client or you know of someone who needs this sort of service, one of their go-tos ought to be with CPS and finding, if they're having difficulty finding an attorney, see who in that county has been at least had handled these before and presumably agreed to handle these kind of cases. And that's a good starting point. That's the work of this committee. We met yesterday, and one of the things we discussed, the Chief Justice has given the committee the freedom, to move forward into a phase 2 if we thought there were additional things that should be studied or addressed. The committee kicked that around, mentioned several things, and it was kind of funny in a way. A couple of things that were mentioned were already being done. And that's, again, the benefit of having folks at the table that can speak to things like this. And ultimately, they decided, as I figured they would, that, you know, we have met the charge that the Chief Justice laid upon us. We have done the best we can to identify procedural obstacles in this process, and we've accomplished much, and more will be accomplished. That's just a matter of some time. So the committee actually had its last meeting yesterday, and I feel good about what they did. I think they feel good about what they did, and the court does. I hope you do too, because I think it's been a worthwhile process. And that's all I have. I'm not going to be as good at fielding questions as Commissioner Sanders, I'm sure, but I'll give it a try if you have any.
Okay, quick questions for you that I have. Commissioner Sanders, one of the things that we've learned from her and that in our discussions with her, and I'm not sure this really was the focus of y'all's committee, is the adoption process is really set up for somebody a child that is brought into CPS custody, and where there has been some abuse or neglect in the home as far as that goes. there is a whole nother set of children who the parents voluntarily terminate those children's. So she suggested that we look at and revise the process to be distinct for those children. Y'all, your committee did not look at that. Part of it is drop off, but then also part of it is the parent that voluntarily terminates the child at the hospital, you know, after birth. So she has requested that we look at some changes to the law in regards to those unique situations, which we're prepared to do and are in the process of doing. I just want to make sure your committee did not address that.
We had some general discussion that touched on that, particularly the drop-off law. And also, there was discussion again of the period of time for appeal and that sort of thing, or not appeal, but for the natural mother to make a decision. But no, that was outside of the scope of what we were asked to do. And so we did not undertake anything other than it did come up. I know it is a matter of concern. And I would say personally, not necessarily on behalf of the committee, although they probably share this, I think it certainly would be an appropriate thing for your committee and the legislature to look at to make sure it's what it needs to be.
I just wanted to make sure y'all did not touch on that as we're already doing that.
Yeah, we did not.
Okay. The second thing too is I'm appreciative of number 7 here that you mentioned, and that is the natural tension that there is between reunification efforts and what is truly in the best interest of the child. Talking with a number of our providers at one of the conferences, that is something that is very concerning, as at the top of their list. Making sure the child's best interest really is the foremost concern in that. So I appreciate y'all looking at that. And I see that y'all are in kind of the same, you had no really definitive issues on that. Did y'all look at any other states when y'all were looking at this to see if they had better language, that they had any more precise recommendations on that? Did y'all do a search or anything and look at those other states on that?
We didn't. Again, there was discussion on this point, and it is a concern. And frankly, you see, for understandable reasons and expected reasons, you see people, say the social workers and the folks that have this contact with the child and know the family, that think, hey, these kids need to be out of here. What's the delay? But then again, you have, the parents do have rights and there have to be afforded due process. And it is frustrating sometimes. You know, that Constitution can get in the way of a lot of things. But thank God. But it is a matter that needs to be addressed. And we did kind of fudge on it because we had no epiphany on what to do other than to recognize it's there and try to hopefully, you know, raise the level of understanding among everybody involved. That I would say there are two sides to one coin. I don't mean to indicate that as far as the right or wrong of it, but as far as where you have to have the perspective on at least two, if not more.
I think some of us are looking at maybe what some other states have done as to that process. So I appreciate y'all's diligence in looking at the TPR process, because it is indeed too lengthy. Those procedures, once the final TPR has been done, we are too long in that. So I appreciate y'all's efforts in making sure that we increase that. And was there any, did y'all look at any other states to see if they run kind of at some national meetings we've been to, that they may run the process a little differently? They actually start the TPR determination a little earlier in the process than we do in the state. Even there's a number of other states that kind of start this TPR process quite a bit earlier. And I was wondering if y'all did any look at those other states.
We didn't. I mean, those are, you know, I guess we took it as a given what the legal standards that our state currently has. And I don't know if that would be a judicial decision or a legislative decision or some mixture of both. But that was kind of our starting point that we took from that. We did look at, and I forget the topic. It was not that one. There was some discussion about, you know, Alabama does it this way and this, that, and the other. But nothing formal in the way of looking at that, because we took what was Mississippi law. Again, the charge of our committee was to look at procedural roadblocks. And we didn't take that to mean the due process clause, you know, but we leave that to higher authority.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. Does my committee have any other questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Well, it's a
We
privilege if
appreciate the
y'all-
work that y'all done, and especially all the different agencies that participated this to get some better effects for our children in the state. So thank y'all so much.
Thank you. And
Worthwhile
they
work.
deserve the credit. Again, all we did was facilitate, myself and the courts. We just facilitated, but thank you very much.
Thank
Been a
you.
privilege.
Whitney, are you here yet? Okay, Whitney, if you'll come on up. If everybody wants to stand up for 5, like keep in your seat and stand up for 2 minutes while Whitney gets set up. Thank you. Okay, if y'all will make your way back to your seats. Yeah, you'll sit right there. So, yeah. Whitney, thank you so much for being with us here today. We appreciate it. And I know y'all have a list of things, and I think we'll have the general back in October. We talked about later on, but thank you for being with us here today. And I know y'all have been working on a lot of these issues as y'all represent the different state agencies. So we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Boyd, and members of the Study Committee on Women, Children, and Families for inviting the Attorney General's office to be here. We appreciate the opportunity to share with you. I know you mentioned some of the stuff that the General is making a priority and just talk about issues and answer your questions. I'm Whitney Lipscomb, Deputy Attorney General, here on behalf of Attorney General Fitch. Unfortunately, General Fitch had a scheduling conflict that we couldn't clear, so she regrets that she's not here. But she deeply appreciates the effort that y'all are undertaking to look at these important issues around health, financial security, and the well-being of mothers and children. And for seeking solutions that not only advance the discussion on how we uplift mothers when they are most in need, but build strong, healthy families. When Attorney General Fitch took the Dobbs case to the Supreme Court last year, this theme was a cornerstone of the argument. In Roe v. Wade, the court built its case around the notion that a woman facing an unplanned pregnancy faced a distressful life and future, pitting women against their children. It told women, particularly those that are most vulnerable, that they could either choose their future or their child's life. As a state, we do not have to choose between empowering women or promoting life. We can do both. And we need to do both, because that's how we build strong families. And strong communities come from strong families. This means enacting policies that give women the opportunities to both pursue their professional dreams and be mothers to their children, the mothers that their children need them to be. It also means enacting policies that lift up women who are at their most vulnerable, women who are in poverty, women who lack job skills or education, or who have no family support, or even those that are escaping violent relationships. These are the women that the life movement has always sought to serve with compassion, respect, and love. With Dobbs, we not only have the opportunity to redouble these efforts, but we have the obligation to. Mississippi has strong laws to protect life. Our laws must reflect our compassion for the mothers who nurture it. I know we're going to talk about child support. You want to hear about child support and adoption and foster care, but I do want to preview a little bit of Attorney General Fitch's post-Roe agenda for this coming up session. There's 5 hallmarks of that. Number 1, supporting pregnant women. Number 2, making quality childcare more affordable and accessible. Number 3, promoting workplace flexibility policies. Number 4, enhancing child support enforcement. And number 5, streamlining the Attorney General's role in adoption and foster care. And I'm going to touch on a couple of those shortly, and then we'll get to the main topics that y'all want to hear about today. When we're talking about supporting pregnant women, we could be here all day. And again, thank you for what you're doing, because that's one of the main focuses of your study committee. And I know there's a lot of important recommendations and policy objectives that will come from this. One thing we think is important is to ensure that we bring all the resources currently available from the state and our community to bear for pregnant women. The question is, can we as a state create a one-stop shop, something that makes it easy to connect women with the help that already exists for them? You will hear or have heard from many of our state agencies that provide these resources and services, but we must not ignore the resources that come from our community organizations, like pregnancy resource centers. Last legislative session, you as a body created a tax credit for these pregnancy resource centers. And just in recent testimonials from one pregnancy resource center, the Women's Resource Center on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, the impact has been significant. One dental group testified that they provided a statement that they have recently provided a $20,000 donation because of this tax credit to the Women's Resource Center that they otherwise would have paid in taxes. Another group, the L&K Investments, said, we're grateful to have this opportunity to redirect our tax liability to invest in life-saving work of the center. We hope more businesses will join us in applying. A little effort will go a long way. There's more than 30 pregnancy resource centers across Mississippi. These centers provide not only essentials like diapers, formula, and ultrasounds, they provide love and support and hope to women when they need it. Susan B. Anthony, a national organization, has chosen Mississippi as one of the first states to implement her plan. That is a plan to support these centers and fill the gaps between the care they provide and the women and the care women need. It's a holistic approach to helping women in challenging circumstances. Her plan connects the dots between faith communities, pregnancy centers, and other services. It finds gaps and looks for ways to fill them. It has 7 primary areas of focus: mentorship, financial assistance, job training, and education, care for children, her health and well-being, her recovery and mental health, her prenatal care, and finally, material and legal support. And that can include adoption, child support resources. Our office has been working with her plan to help them identify the gaps and fill them. Mississippi's greatest resource has always been its people. We are loving and generous. We know that the help is out there. We just need to make sure that we connect the women who are in need with these resources. Another issue I mentioned is childcare. And again, I know that you're going to focus on that at some of the sessions in October, but I want to touch on it briefly. I can tell you as a mother who has a child in daycare, it is expensive. The average cost of infant care in Mississippi is over $5,000, according to the Economic Policy Institute. That's over $450 a month. Average cost if you're looking for childcare for a 4-year-old drops to about $400 a month. In fact, it can cost more to have 2 children in daycare than it can to send a child to one of our 4-year public universities. And quite honest, finding quality childcare can be difficult. One thing we think we need to be looking for is more creative ways to increase options for childcare by decreasing cost. Things that we've looked at are tax credits. We have some existing tax credits for businesses, but ways to increase and expand those so that they're more accessible, small businesses can utilize them. Also providing a tax credit to families for childcare costs, similar to that of the federal tax credit. It's important because not only are these helpful for families, but they make good business sense. Women who don't have, and families who don't have dependable quality childcare, we lose productivity in the market, and sometimes we actually just lose labor participation altogether. And unfortunately, we all know that those are too often women. But some of the things I mentioned are policies that neighboring states are already utilizing. Another thing, workplace flexibility. The Bureau of Labor Statistics reports in 2018 that unpaid leave was available to nearly 90% of private sector and public sector employees. However, only about a recent review found that 66% of employees who took this actually utilized some other type of leave rather than FMLA. Employers are getting creative, and we think employers need to as well. And that comes with encouraging flexible workplace policies. I think that's one thing that COVID has taught us, is that we can be productive away from our desk. And COVID, along with the gig economy, we're also looking at maybe tax credits for employers who provide maternity leave. And we want for those employers that already do it to reward them, or to encourage those employers to do other employers to do the right thing. So the things I know you want to talk about, child support and foster care and adoption. The fourth thing the general is looking at is child support. Child support is something that is very, very important to General Fitch. It's something she's been talking about since 2016, when she represented Mississippi on the platform committee for the Republican convention. She pushed for language to be inserted in the platform, affirming our moral commitment to equal financial responsibility for fathers and mothers. And that language remains in the platform today. But it's not just having the right commitment, it's about having the right enforcement. Mothers have long borne the bulk of financial burden for raising children when there are not two parents in the household. According to the US Census Bureau, 4 out of 5 of the nearly 13 million custodial parents in the US are women. And 90% of those who have been ordered to pay child support are fathers. Of the 5.4 million parents who are due child support in 2017, and that's the most recent statistics available, 46% receive full payment, another 24% receive partial payment, and 30% receive no payment at all during the year. And actually, that's an improvement from their statistics. The year prior, I think they had it was 2015. Represents nearly a 5% decrease in the number of parents receiving no payment at all. A healthy system of child support is better for the health of the child. Within the AG's office, we have the Child Support Desertion Unit, which is dedicated to the criminal prosecution of delinquent child support cases. The unit investigates and prosecutes cases where great efforts have been made in the exhaustion of other remedies. Willful non-payment is evident, and criminal prosecution will send a strong message to other non-custodial parents that enforcement of support obligations is a priority in Mississippi. The authority we act under is Mississippi Code Section 9753 that states any parent who shall desert or willfully neglect or refuse to provide for the support and maintenance of his or her children, including the natural parent of an illegitimate child or children wherein paternity has been established by law, or when the natural parent has acknowledged paternity in writing, while said child or children under the age of 18 years shall be guilty of a felony. We work with DHS and its outside counsel so we can better collaborate on enforcement and the process itself so that children are supported. On average, child support payments account for 50% of the income for low-income families. Payments that make a real difference in the lives of struggling families. But it's about more than that. Studies show that fathers who contribute financially to their children are more likely to be involved in their child's life. Well, we need to hold these fathers or non-custodial parents legally accountable. We do need to acknowledge that there are parents who want to pay, but financially cannot. Whether it's issues of substance abuse, lack of steady employment, lack of work skills, or prior criminal convictions. We have looked at some alternatives. Texas, for example, offers a great example of, has a great program of child support diversion that helps the parents become paying parents and maybe even more involved in their child's life. So we're looking at that to see if that's an option. But we also need to still consider if there are new mechanisms for encouraging and reporting income sources, such as casino winnings. We already do it for lottery winnings. We can garnish casino winnings for a non-custodial parent who's in arrearages. So another idea is one that was pushed by one of your fellow members of the Senate, and that's allowing child support to continue past the age of majority if the child is disabled. So that's something we've been looking at. Ensuring the children that are supported not only financially, but emotionally is how we build strong, healthy families. Finally, there are difficult times when the best option for the child and even the mother are not to become a family. In those instances, we must ensure that our adoption and foster care systems can connect children in need with loving families. Children deserve to be in families that help them thrive, families where they are loved, supported, and nurtured. Our office works closely with CPS to carry out one of the final steps in the process of bringing children to their forever home, and that's the termination of parental rights. We have a team of lawyers and professionals throughout the state who handle these cases once the permanency plan has been changed to termination of parental rights. And it's incredibly important that we get these cases right for the finality of the children, for the potential adoptive parents and the biological parents who are at stake here. So we have worked with CPS, and as you heard from Mr. Snowden, we've worked with the Chief Justice's Committee and AOC to identify a number of ways that we can help streamline the timeline. And Ways that we can help just improve the process overall. Some of the ideas are simple: preparing resources and training opportunities for social workers and judges, even local attorneys who are part of the process. The more we all operate from a clear set of rules and a shared understanding of how the process works better, the better the product. And we think as far as it comes to a clear understanding of the rules, I think it's extremely important for foster parents. We feel like some of these foster parents, and we've heard directly from them, they feel like they're just walking blind for years and through a never-ending maze. We're in the process of trying to make the process and all the information that's available to foster parents less opaque. But one thing we've looked at that a number of states already have is a foster parents bill of rights. I believe 19 states already have this. So that's one thing we are considering. On the adoption front, as you heard from both Commissioner Sanders and Mr. Snowden, once our office handles the TPR, then it is turned back over. If they're coming out of the foster care system, then it's turned back over to CPS and we're no longer involved. But we know how important it is once that TPR takes place to get the child into the most permanent and final situation. And so one thing we think could be helpful is increasing the adoption expense tax credit. I know we have a $5,000 one currently, but the process can be, especially if you're adopting through a private adoption, can be extremely costly. It's a small, it's a small change, but it can make a big difference. Another thing, and I know Commissioner Sanders talked about this, we have looked at, and I know it's a bill that's been proposed in the legislature, is potentially making home studies discretionary at the judges, discretionary by the judges. So if you have an instance where you have a child who's in with a family member, or and they may be trying to adopt a sibling, as you heard from Commissioner Sanders, those home studies, they're important, extremely important, but they can be lengthy and they can be costly. So if there's an instance where there may not be a need for a home study, that could be in the discretion of the judges. So that's another idea on that front. So we're open to conversation with y'all and want to be helpful on all fronts. We think now's the time to put all of our options on the table. And society is judged by how it treats its most vulnerable. Mississippi has shown the nation we know how to protect life in the womb. We know the people of Mississippi to be among the most hospitable, kind, and generous. We now must lead the nation in how we empower women so that they and their children can thrive.
Thank you. I want to go back to something I think you kind of alluded to, and but it's something you kind of pushed in our earlier meetings, and something that has had a lot of resonance with our state agency heads and with some of the public that we've kind of engaged in this, is there is definite need for a website, very much like Texas has. I think Virginia has something, but that really is a one-stop shopping, I will call it. And so that's something you had mentioned to us very early, and I would assume y'all would be supportive of this as well. So.
Absolutely. And that's what I was mentioning on some of the pregnancy resources, taking all of the resources that we already have available and bringing those to this one-stop shop, but also incorporating those resources from the private sector, from the faith-based community that are provided to Mississippians, that are available to Mississippians already. I think that's important because there are just a plethora right now of services that are available. We just want to make sure that women and families know where they can access them, and also know where there are gaps that we need to fill.
Yeah, just to back up what you said, I called several high school guidance counselors and I said, okay, if you need to have resources for young women, where do you send them? And the lack of, apparent resources and things that were even in their community, they had not been made aware of. So I think it's definitely something that is very much needed in the state. And we've seen Texas really has a good option of what that looks like. Child support enforcement. Will y'all be giving us very specific recommendations that y'all would suggest that are going to be met, that you would like us to consider for legislative action and child support enforcement?
I believe, yes, we will have some legislative recommendations. Now, our role is limited in that we just handle the criminal prosecution, and it's not exclusive. DAs can also bring child support criminal cases. But again, like I mentioned, we have a whole unit dedicated to that. So we do have a few recommendations, and some of these cases, one of the way that we get the cases is from non-custodial parents, or excuse me, from custodial parents that will come to us and turn in the non-custodial parents. But we also work with DHS and their outside counsel, and they'll turn over the cases. And again, these are egregious cases. They try to go through every one of utilize all the resources they have available to get the parents to pay before we turn to a criminal prosecution.
Okay. And then so I want to make sure, other pieces of legislation, we've got a foster parent bill of rights, which I look forward to seeing that, to the draft of that. And you said 19 states. I want to make sure. that I-
19 states, yes.
Okay.
I can get you a list of all those.
Okay. And then I'm sorry, Whitney, what were the other things that y'all mentioned? The adoption expense tax credit. And then I wrote down discretion language.
Regarding the home study,
Okay.
I know that's something that's been proposed before in the legislature, is to make the home study discretionary based upon the judges would determine if it's necessary. And I know, again, I know they're very, very important, and in most cases will probably be necessary, but there may be some circumstances where just based upon the facts that a judge determines it's not.
Well, and I'll ask you the same question I asked Director Snyder is, one of the things that we've already located and kind of identified is the need of an additional process where a child is voluntarily, I'm going to say dropped off, or voluntarily given custody to at a hospital or something like that. Looking at an additional adoption process, that's different than the present process we have right now. Have y'all looked at anything like that within the office?
So I wouldn't say we've looked at it. We do have within our office of the TPRs, we have a separate process we follow if there's been voluntary relinquishment of the parental rights. So there's a whole list and a whole process we follow if you have to terminate them, but if they've already relinquished them. And so it does require less information, less steps, but I think if we could codify something to
Okay.
speed that.
You have that
process up.
attorney, then get in touch with me.
Yes, I will talk. Yes, I will talk to her. and
So
we'll
that we can
connect.
kind of collaborate on that. So that would be terrific. Committee members still have questions? Senator Hill?
I think one of the other things that she mentioned when you were reiterating was the tax credits for employers for potentially having maternity leave, or even some of them, I know larger ones have daycares on site. So that's something that I think is worthwhile looking into. But where she talked about dropping the babies off, like at the hospital or fire department or whatever, we passed the baby drop-off law, the safe haven law, a couple of years back. So if we needed some type of addition to that statute so that we can more easily adopt out those children, that may be where we could put it in with the safe haven law, so that there's no prosecution of the mother that drops the baby off. And we might even want to look at like what some other states have done and invest in actual boxes, so that these entities like the fire departments, ambulance stations would have these baby boxes that keep them warm and all. Because I've seen quite a number of these things happen in other states. So that was just my thoughts.
No, I appreciate it. And we've been looking at that as well. The baby boxes are becoming a new thing with regard that are used in conjunction with safe haven laws. In fact, I think Long Beach may have just gotten the first baby box in the state. But we've looked at the safe haven laws, and I know Commissioner Sanders mentioned something about potentially amending those. And so maybe we have a conversation with.
Yeah, I don't know how
CPS
much
and-
they cost, but I know that there's probably a lot of people out there would be willing if they actually knew about it and knew that it existed. So I think that's probably just a communication issue with the first responders and the people that we have listed in the safe haven law to be receiving those babies. So
I think around the country, most of these baby boxes are being funded privately. There's private entities that are willing to
yeah,
put up the money.
we just
and-
need to ask.
And they operate kind of like, they operate under the same confines of the safe haven law. They're located at a place like a fire station, a police station, or a hospital
Right.
that's manned 24 hours. There are notifications on the baby box.
Yeah, we
immediate alarms,
modeled our law after the ones that many other states had passed that were working. So
And it encourages, better anonymity, because you don't have to have any face-to-face contact, but
yeah,
certainly I'd
and I
love to
mean,
have-
if we want to change the law that says, if you leave your baby in a baby box, then, your we can expedite the adoption of a parent or whatever. So I think it's pretty obvious that that they're needing somebody to take care of the baby if they drop it off.
Yeah, I think there's some legislative changes we can
Thank you,
work on.
appreciate it.
Thanks.
Chairman Wiggins?
Thank you, Whitney, thank you. So a few questions. One on the tax credit, you mentioned on the childcare tax credit on the federal level, you can get, a individual can get, I think it's up to $10,000 tax credit for childcare costs. And we don't have that on the state level. That's what you were talking.
Yes, yes.
So it would actually, your point is it would actually be good to get a tax credit for those people who expend money for childcare services, both on the state and the federal level.
Yes, and a number of states do have a mirror tax credit at the state level. And it's tied to, the federal law is tied to different income thresholds.
Right, okay. You mentioned the casino taking casino winnings for child support. You know, during the session last year, that bill was pushed forward and the casino industry pushed back against it because they were concerned about the enforcement. Has the Attorney General met with the casino industry to try to get them on board with this?
We have not met with the casino industry. We're certainly willing to. I can't.
Well, that was the reason it didn't pass.
Well,
So,
I think it sounds like it's something we need to do. And again, we have this for lottery winnings. I mean, we would just, you could model a law just after exactly how the lottery winnings law.
that's not it. Everybody was willing to do it. It was that the casino industry said it was about the actual implementation of the law and how they could address taking people's winnings on that. It's not that they didn't want to do it. It was the actual thing. So they were the ones that were against it.
Sure. Well, that's good information to know. And so we will put that on our list to do.
So, and then on the disabled, so that last session, that made it all the way to the last day. And there was one House member who chose to make it an issue and honestly killed the bill. So have y'all met with that House member to get her on board so that we can get this passed? Because it passed the Senate overwhelmingly.
I'm aware that it passed the Senate and it literally made it to the final stages. I actually don't know that I didn't know that there was one single legislator. So that
House member.
We have not met with that person because I did not know that, but I know it got a lot of momentum last year. So I would hope that it's
Well,
something I would strongly consider.
The issue is what was being discussed, and we heard some of it here yesterday, was that the federal money, that if you do that, then that's going to take away some of the federal money that the disabled ones get. There's that one, and then there's also the age 21. And the judges were against the 21 because they didn't want to mess up the college issue. So has she met with the judges to get them on board on this?
I think there was some language in there wasn't there some language in there to protect any type of federal benefits?
That was the Senate's position, yes.
So I don't read it that it would compromise any federal
Well,
funds.
maybe she could help us with getting that House member, get the House on board because the Senate's done it.
Okay.
Then on the federal, my question to you on the child support is, when I was prosecuting, we would prosecute those, and then what would happen is that the mother, is usually the mother, you were putting the father in prison, which is probably where he needed to be, but then he's in prison, not working, paying child support. So what is y'all's solution to that dilemma, which happens in the prosecution courts?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, it's not ideal. At the end of the day, the best solution is for this child to be supported by both parents financially and emotionally. And if they're in jail, they probably can't do either.
That's what the prosecution is to put them in jail. The current law is if they owe over $5,000, they can go to prison. What happens is they say, well, he's in prison, so he's not going to be working. So I don't want him in prison. So how do we fix that dilemma?
Well, one of the things I mentioned was the diversion program. So Texas has a diversion program for delinquent non-custodial parents. So rather than receiving a criminal sentence, they go into this. It's kind of like some of our drug diversion programs. They go into this diversion program where they have to receive counseling, workforce training, and it helps them get a job and become financially stable so that they can then contribute to the child. And then they, I believe, if they finish that program and they do not receive a criminal sentence. That's in lieu of a criminal sentence. So that's something, I mean, that's obviously a big lift, but that's something we've been looking at because again, at the end of the day, the best solution is for the child and the custodial parent to be supported financially by that non-custodial parent. But again, we do have that right to prosecute, as do DAs. And like I said, we do that in egregious cases. These are cases where they have gone through lengthy processes to try to obtain money from these parents. But that's a last case scenario. We should try to get these parents to pay for the child support that they owe.
No, I understand. And you said you were coming to us with criminal prosecution. So I'm just asking what that's going to entail in light of what has been going on. So that's fine. My last question is, so over the yesterday, we heard from a couple different people and Commissioner Sanders confirmed it today about the 5,000 additional births coming to the state of Mississippi as a result of the Dobbs decision. What is the Attorney General's plan to address those 5,000 additional 5,000? By the way, that's a conservative number, 5,000 births. And we heard from the state health officer that because of the type of births they are, that's going to be an additional at least 1 million per birth. So what is the Attorney General's plan to address those?
Well, and I know these are all estimates of 5,000 children, but some of the things I mentioned today, making sure that we are providing resources to women, pregnant women immediately. I know some of the negative outcomes or health outcomes, some of the negative outcomes are after the child's born, but we need to provide these resources that are available today to the women immediately. And we need to make sure that they know that they're available. I think, we've got to coordinate with the resources we already have in the private sector, from the faith-based community, from some of these pregnancy resource centers. If you just look up some of these pregnancy resource centers or some of the resources that the HER plan offers, I mean, there are a whole list. You can find a holistic approach to addressing pregnancy, to addressing childbirth, to addressing raising a child. I don't think I have a silver bullet answer for you, but I think these are some of the things that we've been looking at. I know Senator Boyd mentioned what Texas does in terms of allowing this to be a one-stop shop and bringing everything to bear. Both our state resources and those that the private sector is already providing will allow us to better see where there are gaps.
So I guess to ask it this way, why haven't we been doing that to this point?
That's a good question. I think we do, from a state perspective, and I can't speak because our office obviously is not where a pregnant woman is going to come. So I can't speak to the other agencies, but we do have wraparound services. Would you say some of the agencies that provide services, they do the wraparound, allowing you to connect with the other agencies that may be helpful in that process?
What about so if the numbers are right, which is $1 million per birth that's coming, so that's just at a minimum, that's $5 million. Is the Attorney General willing to give $5 million of her budget to help the Department of Health and them to address this?
Well, I have to independently verify those numbers. I obviously can't speak for what portion of our budget, but I would defer to y'all since y'all are the appropriating body.
Well, my point for these questions are decisions have been, and that's right. And I voted for the pregnancy resource. I voted, but what we're hearing, and this is the purpose of this, is these are what's coming to us based on what they're telling us. So we have to be prepared. And what I'm hearing is we don't have a plan for it. We have a plan for all this, but we don't have a plan for 5,000 additional births that are going to cost the state of Mississippi at least $5 million in Medicaid dollars, based on what's being told to us.
Well, I can't say that, there are plenty of agencies, like I mentioned, that have resources for these pregnant women. But again, I think we need to bring these together to have a one-stop shop. But as far as the state's plan, I'm going to defer to y'all. I know that's what this committee and what the other committee of the House is doing, and we want to be a part of that. We want to be helpful in the process. We certainly recognize the place we're in, and we think it's extremely, extremely important to support women, pregnant women, families. This is critical for the future of our state.
Thank you, Ms. Liska. I think that is our job, and I think that's why we are in this process as senators. Senator Blackwell, I believe you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Whitney, for your presentation. I know the Attorney General Fitch has been very supportive of women and been a large advocate, particularly since she's been in her Attorney General role. Yesterday, we discussed a lot of health issues that affect women and infants. And one of the topics that was widely discussed was postpartum care. As you know, we historically have ended postpartum care after 60 days after the birth. During the emergency pandemic, it's been extended to a year. The Senate has passed that extension 3 times. It's died over in the House, and we plan to bring it up again this year. Where does Attorney General Fitch stand on the extension of postpartum to a year?
Well, I appreciate the question, Senator Blackwell. I am not prepared to speak on that today. I will defer to the Attorney General on that question.
Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Chair Lady Boyd. And just a couple of questions. I know that we're pressed for time. My questions around, I think you mentioned that the AG office is supportive of the tax program or the tax credits that we give for crisis pregnancy centers here in the state of Mississippi. So my first question is around that, and it's a bit of a compound question. I guess my question is, what is the procedure for one to actually receive that tax credit? Who determines which centers receive that tax credit? And then kind of where are these centers located, and do we have any data on who they're serving?
Let me take that maybe in reverse. Well, let me answer from who determines if an eligible if a donation is eligible for the tax credit. That would be DOR. So I'm not going to get into any intimate tax questions there. We have 30 crisis pregnancy centers, and under the law, the tax credit law that was passed last year, it said crisis pregnancy center or pregnancy resource centers. I can't remember the name of the group off the top of my head, but it's the pregnancy resource centers that are eligible to receive funds from the Choose Life license plate tag. There's actually a committee that chooses those. I'm not sure if all 30 are eligible or not. That is a question I'm not prepared to answer. But I don't see why they wouldn't. But again, that's in terms of the individual donations and whether they're eligible to receive the credit would be up to Department of Revenue. So I can certainly talk to them and talk to our folks and get that information and get back to you.
Okay, and so I guess a part of that is, I know there's these 30 centers, but is there a way that someone who's offering these types of services or an entity that's offering these type of services could become eligible to receive this tax credit? Not necessarily if I'm not asking if I make a donation, does that make the list? I'm asking who determines which entities are able that I can donate to and receive this tax credit?
Again, if I wish I had the law in front of me, but it is it was defined in the law. It's an organization. It might be the Choose Life Mississippi group that determines what organizations are eligible for the tax credit. Again, those are the same ones that receive the proceeds from the Choose Life license plate tag. But I mean, if what you're suggesting is, do we need to expand this? If we need to expand this tax credit to other entities that are providing similar resources, that certainly, I think that would be a very worthwhile conversation.
And I guess the last part of that question kind of was, do we have any data on who's being served and how effective these centers have been?
That's a good question. I mean, unless they publish their own data because they're not, government funded, they wouldn't have, I don't think there's any reporting requirements on those who receive the tax credits. But that is a good question. And, I would defer to, I mentioned the HER plan through the Susan B. Anthony list, and it's not only pregnancy resource centers, it's, churches, it's other entities that provide these services to pregnant women, new mothers. They may know that. And so I'll reach out to them and see what we can find out. I mean, they've categorized all of these entities by the services they provide, by the geographic areas they serve. They actually have kind of a map, and you can press on it. You're in Smith County. These are all the resources, or I need, legal resources. And it will show you where all throughout the state you can access free legal sources for, an expectant mother or a new mother. So those are I can certainly ask. I don't have the data. in
Yeah,
front of me.
absolutely. If you can just get some data to me, because we kind of want to know if we're pushing this idea, we need to know if it's effective, because while they're not state funded in a roundabout way, and we don't have to go through it, they're deferred taxes that would come to the state that go to them. And my last question was, the AG's office is over the TPR process. How does the AG's office feel if that process was taken from the AG's office and placed in the hands of the youth court prosecutor? So there's continuity in the attorney throughout that process. And in thinking of along those same lines, what is the AG's office opinion on a family or parent having access to an advocate throughout the process, an appointed advocate or attorney throughout the process for the family in this adoption process?
I'll take your last question first. So our position on having an advocate appointed to the parent, I don't think we haven't taken a public position on that. I know that there are a number of instances where parents are provided an advocate or an attorney. Certainly there are some cases that if you have a voluntary relinquishment of parental rights, I don't know that you need an advocate. But I mean, I don't think we have any opposition to that. I mean, certainly that if we feel like that will create a better process, a more inclusive process, I don't think we have opposition. As far as taking TPRs away from our office, you mentioned that it would provide continuity throughout the life of that case. We think it's very important. Our office has handled TPRs for as long as I know. The important thing here we're talking about is continuity throughout, and we have a clearly established process for TPRs across the state. I think that's important, and so that you don't have TPRs. You heard from Commissioner Sanders and even Mr. Snowden that depending on different jurisdictions, these cases and the life cycle of these cases can take different forms just depending on how that jurisdiction handles them. It's important for us because we do all the TPRs. So, and we have a group I mentioned of attorneys who is led by a lead attorney. I think you heard her name, Hadley Eisenberger. And so she oversees all of our TPR attorneys. We have attorneys on the coast, attorneys in central Mississippi, attorneys in North Mississippi who handle all these cases. And there is continuity and similar that we try to do everything in a uniform way. So I think that's important that our office continues to handle these.
And is there any backlog in this process? Are there? I know there's backlogs in adoption, but is there a backlog in the TPR process?
Define backlog.
I mean, is there people that's waiting for an extended period of time for their process to be completed?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, it doesn't happen instantly. So when our office is not involved until the permanency plan is changed from reunification to adoption and TPR. And then the case is handed over to us. You heard from Mr. Snowden, sometimes when that plan is changed, there is a delay, number one, and us just being notified that the plan is being changed. So that is something we're looking at. We need to remedy that quickly. And then once we get the packet, there is a whole long list of things we have to provide the court before we can get a hearing date scheduled. We have to make sure that Commissioner Sanders talked about this. We have to make sure that due process was given to the parents throughout the process. And so it is fact dependent on each case, on how long it may take and what steps we may have to do. Some of the files may need some additional information. There may be steps that we need to repeat. And then once you get a hearing date, finally get everything in order and you get a hearing date set, it's, again, as you know, you're an attorney. Once you get that hearing date may not be the next week or the next week. It can take, weeks or months. So we do have a detailed list of all of our cases, where they're at in the process. If we're still working through the packet, if we are, we're waiting on a hearing date or waiting to get a hearing date. If we have a hearing date set, but waiting for the hearing. So to say there are no delays that's not true. But we try to create as many efficiencies as possible because we know that a child's life is hanging in the balance here.
Thank you so much. But if you would make sure to get me that data that I asked about, and I also like to get with you on the first point of that last question about having an appointed attorney or advocate for a family throughout the process.
Okay.
Senator Hill, I think you had one last question.
I'm with you. I mean, if they're behind in child support, they have to be able to drive. They have to be able to drive to themselves to their, place of employment. They have to be able to work. Exactly. Yeah. I agree. And it's not a conversation we've had, but I would like to sit down with you and DHS and have further conversation because you're exactly right. I mean, we've got to empower these individuals with the tools to actually go to work so that they can.
Because we don't
pay
want
child
to,
support.
we don't want to be the one putting the roadblock in the way for them to try to get caught up on child support and then try to punish them because they can't go to work and we took their driver's license. So that's the issue I've been dealing with since I've been here. Can't ever seem to get it solved. So I
Let's
would
have a
appreciate your
conversation.
help.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is going to be Aaron Smith of CASA of North Mississippi.
Is there a clicker over here?
Aaron, have you got it? Yeah. Think. Is it working? Hold on just a second. Not that one. Okay. Thank you for coming before us today. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairwoman Boyd and the rest of the committee for having me. My name is Aaron Smith and I'm the founding executive director for CASA North Mississippi. We are a nonprofit organization, unlike many people that you will hear from yesterday and today. So I'm going to give you a little background of how we impact the foster children and how we help in the adoption process and the support we provide to both CPS, the children, the families that we serve. So we are a part of a national organization. National CASA is essentially the umbrella that supports local programs. They do not have any governance over us except for that they set out standards. They provide local support to state organizations and then also to local programs. And so we do all serve under the National CASA GAL Association. So CASA in Mississippi, there are 4 programs serving 8 counties. We have CASA of North Mississippi that serves Lafayette and Lee County, with the plans to grow into Yalobusha, Marshall, Pontotoc, and Union by the end of 2025. We also have CASA of Hancock County, CASA of Harrison and Stone County is one program, and then CASA of Southeast Mississippi that serves Jackson, George, and Greene counties. Hinds County CASA is currently being developed, and so we will have one in the central part of the state. Ideally, we would love to have a CASA program in every county or at least in a region that serves a multiple county area. CASA programs are currently serving 693 children or have served that many to date. They're in foster care. And then across the state in 2021, we served 560 children. So that's a pretty big jump in just the last 9 months that CASA has been able to have an impact on the children in foster care. CASA programs have 93% of their recommendations accepted and court ordered by the judge. And then CASA programs, it stands for Court Appointed Special Advocates. So what we do is we are, like I said, we are a nonprofit organization that advocates for abused and neglected children in the youth court. So we recruit, train, supervise volunteers from all walks of life that go through an extensive background check, reference check, and then an extensive 30-hour pre-service training, and then are sworn in by the youth court judge. They are assigned to court cases just like CPS social workers, and they provide the similar support that they do, except again, these are volunteer advocates that cost no money to anyone in this room right now. And aside from that, we are, like I said, volunteer centered, and we are, a majority of us are partially federally funded, and the rest of our funds come from fundraising events, individual donors, and other private fundraisers. We do not receive any state funding at this time. Although we would like to receive some state funding, we are not taking away right now any dollars from the state to support the programs. All right, so just a little bit about the CASA model. We are a best interest advocacy model. So 5 things: we learn, we engage, we recommend, we collaborate, and we report. So our job is to gather information, provide that information to the judge for him to make to decide what's in the child's best interest. So we make recommendations just like CPS does. We work with children just like they do. We are essentially a partnership with them to be able to provide that support to both the state and the children that they care for, but also to advocate for what's in the best interest of these children. I'm not going to go through this whole stat sheet, but I am going to highlight a few things. Obviously, I think we're all aware that the problem with the nation, these are nationwide statistics. The problem is that we have overwhelmed systems. We are in a state of crisis, and that's a lot of that's due to the opioid pandemic. And then, the solution is advocates from the community. The volunteer advocates are screened, trained, and supported by program staff. It's a one-on-one relationship. And then judges depend on volunteers for critical information to help them make decisions for the child's best interest. And then our research has shown that a child with a volunteer is more likely to find a safe and permanent home. A child with a volunteer is half as likely to re-enter the foster care system. And a child with a volunteer are more likely to succeed in school and less likely to spend 3 or more years in care. So obviously the vision of CASA as a national organization is to serve every child. Obviously also our vision is to prevent children from coming in care. So a lot of what, individuals have talked about today, I'm probably going to talk a lot about some of the things that they've mentioned, but I do want to talk about the relationship with Mdcps and CASA, and just kind of talk about the relationship, but also talk about where CASA fills the gaps when CPS isn't able to do so. I know that Commissioner Sanders has made, she has made strides since 2020 when she came on board. But there are still gaps within Mdcps, and we do as a CASA organization across the state, we do recognize that those gaps won't be filled overnight. It's more than likely they won't be filled in a year, 2 years, 3 years. It takes time to change things, and sometimes change can come with opposition. And so I do, applaud her for trying to make these changes and these strides that need to be made within the system. CASA has helped fill the gaps in gathering information on cases. Our volunteers are spending more time on cases. We're able to gather more information. And that's not simply because we are providing a higher quality volunteer or that we're better at the job. That's definitely not the case. But the point is that our volunteers are only appointed to 1 to 2 cases at a time. Whereas you have social workers that are appointed to, 8 to 10 cases, or it could be more depending on what the staffing is like for the agency and the local agency. This allows for CASA to spend more time on cases. And similar to the state agency, CASA is also a 24/7 job, not just for our staff, but also for our volunteers. And so, when you think about it, you think a volunteer is stepping into a role that is not full of sunshine and rainbows. I think we're all clear on that it is hard work. But at the end of the day, it's a commitment of their time that they're not getting paid for to provide the best interest advocacy for these children that are in foster care. So a few things that I want to talk about, just recommendations. I feel like this has been also one of these things has definitely been a conversation today. So we see across the state of Mississippi, we see a lot of turnover with the department. I think that obviously a salary increase could help with that. I think that it could help also with the retention of our caseworkers. Children really come to depend on when they were removed from their home, whether it's a bad situation or not, that's all they knew. So that doesn't keep them from loving their parents, but it keeps them from trusting anyone that comes into their life thereafter. And so they need some consistency. They need consistency with turnover, with CPS caseworkers. They need consistency with teachers, with schools, with families. And oftentimes those things are constantly changing in their lives. And so I do believe that a salary increase would help workers, that would help the agency to recruit more high quality workers and retain them. And it will also help with the burnout due to the caseload that these workers experience. The other thing that I want to talk about is the timing of paying resource parents when a child is initially placed in the home. And the second one kind of flows into that because they're both about the timeliness of payments that both resource parents, I will use this interchangeably, resource parents, foster parents, and then the timely paying of children that are in custody. And so I'll get to that in just a second. So fictive kin and relative placements, obviously they can be placed in those homes immediately, and then they go through the licensing process to receive board payments. And then oftentimes they are waiting 30 to 90 days before they ever receive their first payment, which is obviously a burden on any parent if they're not receiving any funding to care for a child or siblings. And so they're having to pay for their basic needs. And yes, they do get, that back pay, but at the same time, that's been somewhere that, CASA has tried to step in and provide, those emergency items that a child might need if the family cannot afford to pay for those items. And the same goes for licensed foster homes. So now we're talking about the difference in maybe a home that's not yet licensed, and then a home that is licensed, but receiving children from the courts that just came into care. And so they're having the same difficulty in receiving those payments, sometimes taking 30 to 90 days. And so again, that can be a heavy burden for any parent to carry. And I think that, if there could be, and that is, I believe the computer system that they are getting soon is going to help with some of these timeliness of payments. But one thing that, we have talked about just across the state of Mississippi is the support for foster parents. I listened in yesterday and heard about the number of available foster homes that we have in the state of Mississippi. It's not many. As many kids as we have in custody, there's not many foster homes available. But I can tell you right now, there's not a lot of support for people that are foster parents. And so if you were to talk to someone that became a foster parent, strictly a foster parent, maybe not a parent that was pursuing potential adoption in the long term, there's not a lot of support. There might be a support group, but aside from that, there's not a whole lot out there for them. And so I would definitely encourage y'all to look in some kind of policy that would provide foster parent support, not a financial support, but it's just a support. I mean, they are taking on the trauma that these kids bring into their homes, and they don't do it for, well, I can't sit here and say that some of them don't do it for the money, because unfortunately that's the sad fact that does happen at times. But generally, a lot of them are doing it because they care about these kids and they care about, the things they're going through, and they want to be there to support them to ensure that they're in a safe and permanent home at the end of it. So I'm going to get down to the last part of this, and that's the monthly allowance to children. And this is mainly for children that get placed in behavioral facilities, group homes, or have a permanent plan of APLA. So that's another permanent plan living arrangement. And that's typically the children that are in their teens, all the way to the age of 20. They can stay until they're 21. So a lot of these children are sometimes not receiving their payments when they get out of the facilities. They might not receive them when they're in the facilities. And then some of them that have an APLA plan are not receiving them for 3 to 4 months. And so when I say their payments, I'm talking about their basic needs and the basic needs and their clothing allowance. You know, for these children that potentially don't have any type of adult in their life, that might be difficult if they don't have that support to be able to say, hey, I just need some clothes. I need, you know, just basic things, t-shirts, underwear, any of that stuff. Those are things that they need. I need hygiene products. You know, the counties that do have CASA programs can, you know, help when they receive donations from individuals in the community. But again, we're talking about currently 4 programs in the state of Mississippi, 3 on the south, 3 in the south on the Mississippi coast, 1 in the north part of the state. Yes, some of us serve multiple counties, but we're still missing a large part of Mississippi that doesn't have that support of CASA. And then the last thing that I just want to cover on this is another place that CASA often helps fill the gaps when children have needs that can't be met. And that's in the financial capacity due to the lack of, I guess, funds that the state has. The support comes in more ways than just in a financial way, but it also comes in, you know, the support of CPS workers, being able to alleviate some of the stress when we can help provide information to them that they might not have the time to go and get. It also comes, you know, to the families, to the foster parents, to biological families, to both sets of families. And then, of course, to the children. That is not always met with open arms. And I think that, you know, that's been a struggle for CASA nationwide, but also it has been a struggle for CASA in Mississippi. And so we are working hard to try to build those relationships with all the programs that we have to be able to work together as a team, because at the end of the day, we're all there for the child's best interest. All right, I know these are kind of, can y'all see these things? They're kind of small. So I want to touch on 3 main topics. I guess you could say 4, but so the first is going to be prevention. The next is going to be children in care, and then the last is going to be the adoption and reunification process. So first on prevention. So I want to talk about safety plans. So safety plans are created when reports are made and safety concerns are identified. A safety plan is created and implemented immediately to prevent bringing children into care. So safety plans are often, they're not something that CASA sees. I know one of the CASA programs on the coast has been doing a pilot program to where they are working on safety plans. But I would recommend that a way that prevention could be helped is that if safety plans became an informal adjustment across the board. Now, I think that, you know, I am making a recommendation for the entire state, but I'm also saying that, you know, with CASA, we could be that additional resource. But I do think that safety plans, I know that some courts do it in the state of Mississippi, that they do hear safety plans once a month. And so they're able to address those concerns. And I think that's where, you know, we can, because if we don't know about it or the court doesn't know about it, if he hasn't appointed a counselor of any sort to address the safety plans, then how do you know what to do to prevent them coming into care? And, you know, basically that's, if something is not going well in a safety plan, that's the next step that they could come into care. I think that one thing that I think would be good, and I would be willing to, you know, even, you know, agree to have my program be a pilot for this is a family resource navigator program. This is something that I've talked about with an attorney that works for the University of Mississippi Law School, David Calder. Y'all might be familiar with him. And, you know, we've talked a lot about How do we prevent children coming into care? How do we help the families that maybe are being reported CPS, but just because they're living at the poverty level? And so those are not necessarily children that need to be brought into care just because a family is poor. And so a family resource navigator program would allow for an individual that could provide these resources, these families and these children, to be able to establish stable and safe homes to prevent removal from the home. Again, as I just mentioned, we have a lot of people that are interested in being volunteer advocates and maybe can't commit the time to serving on a case that's going to court nonstop. But this could be an area where maybe someone could dedicate a couple of hours a month that they could, provide that support, provide those resources, and be able to help these families to prevent their children from coming into care. Water. All right, supporting children in care. I know that I might tread on some thin waters here, but increasing Medicaid reimbursement rates to have access to more mental health providers for children in foster care across Mississippi. We struggle across Mississippi to find providers to be able to access mental health care for our children. I'm going to give you an example. I had 3 teens. They all needed to go to facilities. Otherwise, they were going to the detention center, which is also going to cost money, right? So they, of course, I would say 100%, but there could be a 1% that doesn't require it. But so I'll say 99% of facilities, behavioral facilities, require a psychological assessment. And not only does that psychological assessment, is it required, but it usually has to be within 6 months, sometimes even 60 days, depending on what the situation is. Well, we found beds for these individuals, but they needed psychological assessments. And at that time, the only provider was he was in Corinth, Mississippi, and he had a 3-month wait list. And so I'm like, well, what are we going to do? Well, what happened was on a Saturday afternoon, I go with these 3 boys in the sheriff's department to get them psychological assessments that we paid for out of our pockets to be able to make sure that, one, they were off the streets, because what brought them into care were legal issues, breaking into people's homes, running away, all of these different things. And so, that's what brought them in. And so in order to get them in facility, they had to have those things. And so that is something that has got to be looked at. Medicare has got to, the reimbursement rate has got to increase in order for counselors to take, foster children's insurance. There's, play therapy. It's more than just psychological assessments. It's just across the board. It's just a constant issue. And I would say that, if you ask other people where CASA programs are not, they would probably say the same thing. Long wait times. I think somebody actually mentioned it earlier, is that, it's taken weeks to months to even get children in to be seen for certain things. The next thing, so I want to talk a little bit about House Bill 1313, the Bill Kincaid Faith Scholarship. So I'm super thankful for this, but I do want to acknowledge a couple of things. I think that it was a huge stride for the state of Mississippi, and I have witnessed firsthand in the last 6 months how impactful it can be for children in foster care. I have a child that went to school, has been in and out of care since he was 2 months old, and he went to college. Do you know that less than 50% of the children in foster care graduate high school, and less than 3% pursue and get a college degree? That's a very small number. And if you take, that's a nationwide statistic. I have tried to get the Mississippi statistic, but I can't seem to find it. So, the fact that this child even decided, this young adult decided to go to college while he is still in care is pretty commendable. It's very smart. But when he got there, he didn't know what to do. And so guess what? He failed. He failed one semester. He failed the second semester. And so looking at, academic suspension. And so a big part of that was that he could not find funding to be able to pay for his college. College is expensive, and any of you that know that have children in college, you know that it's an expense. It's not just an expense to pay for, the tuition, the housing, but it's also just the extra expenses to pay for a child that's in care. And so I am very thankful for this bill that was passed. And I know that it's going to give a lot more children hope to be able to pursue their post-secondary education. But I will say this, that we will not have kids going to college if we don't help them now while they're in grade school. And so that is something that's going to be incredibly important. So it's great that this bill was created. It's great for, the child I currently have, but we have to focus on the education at a young age, even whether it's elementary or whether it's middle school, whether it's high school, we have to start there. And I think that we have to provide resources that say, look, you can go to school for free. You can go to college, because that in the back of their mind is, how am I going to be able to afford that? And I think that's in the back of a lot of people's minds, but in a child that's been in and out of foster care or has been in foster care majority of their life, that is a big concern. And so it's important that we start early to be able to move these children forward, to be able to have more children pursue post-secondary education in the future. All right, so more funding from transitional living facilities to help teens ages 14 to 21 with independent living skills. I'm going to spotlight one program actually here in Ridgeland that I've worked very closely with, that I wish that they could start more transitional living facilities across the state of Mississippi, because what they have there is incredible. It's Sunnybrook Children's Home, and I know that they have moved kind of what they used to do many years ago into more of an independent living program. They saved a child that he is now aged out of foster care that had 28 pending felony charges. It was waiting to be transferred to the circuit court. Not only did they save him from going there and serving jail time, they saved the state money because he didn't go to jail. And now he's doing great. He's got a job. He's got his own house. And so they are teaching these kids how to live independently. And we need more of those. We need more programs, even if it's not a facility or, a place for them to go. I know that Youth Villages provides, transitional living programs that are in home, and they provide, I had a great conversation with some of them this morning. But those are the kind of programs that we need to keep these children out of jail, off the streets, from doing things that maybe they saw in their parents when they were taken into care. And so that's something that I really would like, some legislation to focus on, or policy to focus on, like supporting those transitional living facilities and those transitional living programs to help our male and females from ages 14 to 21. And then I'm going to be short with this. So develop a more robust guardian ad litem system. So often there's usually 1 to 4. That's just an average of guardian ad litems that serve in the youth court. And so if there's 1 guardian ad litem, then they're over all the cases. And that's a lot of cases sometimes. Could be a few, could be 36. And so it doesn't allow for them to be able to give the time that they want to be able to spend on these cases when they have 1 and then they're overburdened with that. And then, so if there were more, obviously the caseload's heavy, but if there were more that were appointed to courts based on the number of children in care in that county, it would help just provide a more robust system. They would be able to provide more reports to the courts. And then, of course, I know that with having more, that comes with more expenses to the county as well. So that might be more of a local thing, or it could start here and then trickle down to them. And I know that this has definitely been talked about more than once. So unified youth court system across the state. So county court, youth court judge. I have worked in both. I've seen some incredible judges, but we need a more unified court system across the state for our youth courts. Now, I understand that there are some counties that would be opposed, but also maybe they don't need a youth court judge, full-time youth court judge. I get that. But could we look at possibly making regional youth court judges, or a youth court judge that serves multiple counties. I think in order for things to be streamlined across the state, that we've got to have the same court system across the state. And youth court judge, I don't care if it's labeled as a part-time position, it is a full-time position. I don't care if you have 5 kids, I don't care if you have 200 kids. It is a full-time job for anybody. And it's got to be identified as that. You know, if they're getting calls at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, that's a full-time job. If they're in court 2 to 3 times a week, that's a full-time job. And so I think that, you know, in order to be able to better serve our children, there needs to be a unified youth court across the state. Let's turn that way again. All right, so the adoption and reunification process. Number one, the process is entirely too long. I think everybody in this room has discussed that today. First and foremost, there's a long checklist of items that can take months to a year, to over a year to complete, and it shouldn't be that way. Meanwhile, the children are lingering in the system waiting for a TPR hearing. And so I'm not an attorney. I don't claim to be an attorney, so I can't help you revise statutes, but I can give you ideas of what I think could change. So I would say that the adoption statute over time has become a hodgepodge of amendments. So I think that the adoption statute needs to be revised to be more cohesive across the line. And so and the other part of that is, I think something else that has been talked a lot about is TPR packets, but also diligent searches. So 2 recommendations here. So funding to hire more attorneys to work for Mdcps to advise caseworkers. This would help from the very get-go at the adjudication hearing. It would help, it would keep the legal issues, which is the majority of why TPR packets are returned. And it would satisfy the legal issues from the beginning. So some CPRs, and then again, often this is a stall in many cases. It could be a stall from the beginning. It could be that things weren't done right initially because a father wasn't served or a mother wasn't served. And so then you have to stall cases. And so caseworkers, as we all know, that they're already overburdened with caseloads. And so spending time doing diligent searches is another time-consuming task to add to their plate that could stall reunification or adoption. And then to kind of flow into diligent searches, we really need, I don't know if it's 1 person or 2 people across the state in each region doing these diligent searches for fathers. This has often become a huge issue, even when we get ready to, where the Attorney General has the ability to do a publication. Caseworkers don't have that ability to put something in the paper and say, hey, you have a court hearing, you have to be here. And so that's where if someone is spending time just to do diligent searches on parents, that could save a ton of time for these CPS workers that could be out doing their job, you know, and working these other cases that they are not being able to spend time on because they've spent 5 hours doing a diligent search on a parent. And this next, so reasonable efforts. So I'm not going to read this statute, but I am going to read, so Title 4-E further mandates that in making such reasonable efforts, the child's health and safety shall be paramount concern. The child's health and safety shall be the paramount concern. And if reasonable efforts to prevent the child's removal or to reunify the child are inconsistent with the permanency plan for the child, then reasonable effort shall be made to place the child in a timely manner in accordance to the permanency plan, including all steps necessary to finalize the permanent placement of the child must be completed in a timely manner. So I want to ask these next 3 questions. So how long do parents get to work a plan? Okay. If there's a lapse in completing their service plan, how long does time pass before changing a plan? How do you determine if a parent completes their plan and cooperates with all agencies when they are ready to reunite with their children? So you'll see in Mississippi Code 43-15-13, Section 3, for any child who has been in foster care for 15 of the last 22 months, regardless of whether the foster care was continuous for all of those 22 months, the department shall file a petition to terminate the parental rights of the child's parents. These cases are taking incredibly too long, both to pursue changing plans to adoption, but also to reunify parents. So at what point, there's got to be a median here. And I understand that within that comes the next part, which is the department has to document compelling and extraordinary reasons why TPR would not be in the best interest of the child. So I know that in the MDCPS policy, it defines what actually gives 14 examples of what are extraordinary and compelling reasons, but also in the statute, it does not identify those. And for the other parties that are to the case that don't have the MDCPS manual, need to know what those are. And I think that it's important that if that's the reason why we're not going on this timeline here, then we need to know what those reasons are that we can't pursue TPR at times. And then my last thing is just some things to consider. Are moving numbers more important, or is the child's best interest more important? Mississippi, individuals that live here, our citizens, must prioritize the children. I think you said it earlier. We have to prioritize our children, because if we don't prioritize our children that are going through what they're going through right now, then they're going to be the issues that we're facing when they're older and they're adults. It is so important that we prioritize them. Right now, our system is failing our children and youth. The next thing is, if the system has not improved, I can't see that far. If the system has not improved, how are we ensuring that children are being cared for? Are our statutes allowing Mdcps and CASA to advocate for the best interest of children in Mississippi? So I would like to go to something that I think I talk about every single day. And I know that I'm getting a little above my head here, and I understand that federal law drives state law. But the law that says everything is in the best interest of the child, the law does not advocate for the best interest of the child. And if I could change it today, I would. If I could change it yesterday, if it's something that I could work on the rest of my life and I knew that I could change, I would. But it is the most frustrating thing that we sit across the state, across the nation, I guess, that we sit here and, guardian ad litem, anybody involved in the youth court, CPS workers, CPS at the state level, CASA programs. We advocate, we are out there in the ditches of all of this, but yet we do all of these things. And at the end of the day, we still have to obviously uphold the law. And it is so frustrating that children who are going through the trauma, I understand that it's traumatic for parents to have children removed from their home. I get that. But parents are not the ones that are changing homes multiple times, changing schools, because oftentimes they have to move outside of their county. They're often not changing, social workers, teachers, counselors, the people that they come to depend on in their life until they are removed from their home. They're the ones that are going through the trauma. And we have to acknowledge that. And I don't have a recommendation on how to fix that, but something has to be done, because it is not fair to these children to suffer year after year. The longest situation I've heard of is 7 years of a foster care case. That's too long. If you're 14, that's half of your life. If you're 7, that's your entire life. I know y'all can do basic math, but that's important to recognize. And it is definitely frustrating. So, I do understand that not all bad parents are bad parents. You have to recognize the good and you have to recognize the bad. Sometimes parents just need somebody to believe in them. They need resources, but some parents just simply don't care. And, the kids are brought into custody, whether it's a neglect thing or whether it's abuse thing. They just simply don't care. And those are the ones that us that work with children have to recognize between the two. And then what can the state do better? I don't mean just you as legislators. I don't mean, just individuals that work, in the Capitol, but I mean, like, what can the state and all the individuals do better? And then finally, working with children and youth is important, both financially and because it's the right thing to do. I will now take your questions.
Aaron, I think we're gonna go ahead and take John Damon, who has been patiently waiting to do this. He's from Canopy and he's been patiently waiting to speak. And then we're gonna take Youth Villages. And then our speakers are our members of the legislature are gonna be able to contact y'all individually with questions because we're already 30 minutes behind and we know we have another hour of presentations before we take a break. So that puts us about an hour and a half behind. So we will, I want everyone to, but I appreciate also the very specific recommendations that you've given us because these are recommendations that we can thoroughly act upon and see what we can do to do this. So I appreciate the very specifics. This is a very thoughtful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. John Damon, you're up.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and for the incredible work you and this entire committee have put into this unique moment in our state's history. So thank you so much. Apologies, I could not be there in person, both I'd rather do that, but also because now you've got to look at my mug on a big screen. So apologies for that. And I do realize that this presentation is standing between you and lunch, which is a dangerous spot. So I will be efficient and get to the points that I was asked to speak to, which is to give a flyover of Canopy, who we are, what we do, with a double click down into 3 particular programs. And then I'll just give you some kind of general thoughts as we move forward that may be helpful. I don't know if we've got the PowerPoint to roll there on that end. I will press on if not, or I could share it from my screen, Chairman, if you'd rather.
John, they're saying share your screen.
Share the screen. All right. Well, it's a roll of a dice. Tell me if this is working. Is it up on your end?
Yes, it's working.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. All good. Okay, so I just want to begin by saying that the perspective that we want to bring to you guys for your consideration today is one that is kind of couched in 110 years of work across all 82 counties of the state. We are Mississippi's largest, most comprehensive provider of children's behavioral health, education, and social service solutions. We serve about 6,500 kids across the state every year in a pretty wide cross section of service solutions. And I want to begin by kind of giving you the 30,000 on those, and then I'll double click on the 3 that you asked me to speak specifically to. And you could think of these solutions in 3 kind of macro buckets: behavioral health solutions, education solutions, and social service solutions. On the behavioral health side, we have what you would think of as traditional kind of outpatient clinics, Gulfport, Hattiesburg, Jackson. I think we see every type of challenge that you can imagine, and mental health challenges of anxiety, depression, and so forth with kids across the age spectrum. And then we have a psychiatric residential treatment facility care center, which is a 60-bed PRTF. That's a CON beds that we have in Jackson. And we serve a little under 600 kids a year in that particular program. We have the MyPack program that is community-based mental health, as well as wraparound solutions that we provide across all 82 counties in Mississippi. You might recall this was set up as an alternative to what Care Center is, the psychiatric residential treatment, to do in the home and community what had historically only been done in a residential setting. And that was a very successful 1915C waiver that became a permanent part of the state plan amendment to really reform how we do mental health and community-based care for kids across the entire state. And then we have since you guys are focusing on the early intervention side with kids, we do an early intervention autism center of excellence that is in Jackson for kids 18 months to 8 years of age. We performed over 16,000 hours of applied behavior analysis this past year with those kids. I presented a couple of years ago to the joint House Senate Medicaid Committee with some of the work that we had done to really look at the economic impact analysis of high dose early intervention with these kids as we look at life transformation and trajectory change, but also cost and dollars. And it was about $1.6 million per child if you do high dose early intervention. And it's critical work in the kind of neuroplasticity of the brain early in life. So that's the behavioral health solutions kind of bucket. The second is our education solutions. We have 3 schools. 2 of those are care schools that are in Jackson and Hattiesburg. And those schools work with about 32 different school districts across the state with children who are not able to perform in their local school district. And through their IEP are referred out to what is the less restrictive environment that they could be in our schools. And our very intensely trained staff work with those kids to get them back on pace and then transition them back into their local public schools just as soon as possible. And we do that in full partnership with these 32 districts across the state. We just opened recently, a few weeks ago, a new Canopy school, which the primary issue for those kids, unlike the care schools, which is their behavior challenge, the challenge for these kids in our Canopy school is the way they learn. And so this is a neurodiversity group with autism and dyslexia and the like. We really come alongside them with individualized plans to help every kid in that program really thrive. The third bucket here is the social service solutions bucket. I'll skip the first 3 since I'll double click on those with a little more detail. And let me go right to adoption and maternity services. That's actually what started our organization in 1912 when kids were being abandoned on the orphan trains across the country. And we believe the best place for every kid is in their own home, in their own community. And we really stood up adoption services. We've done over 7,000 adoptions in our history. Sadly, we don't do a lot of that work anymore. We still do it through our foster care and foster to adopt, and then some children who are brought to us through the law where they can bring them to an adoption agency. We have had that happen. And so we love that work, but as you heard, there's some challenges in that adoption space and a lot of out-of-state providers that came in trying to really take advantage of that in that situation. And then we have the South Mississippi Children's Advocacy Centers in Gulfport and Pascagoula, where we're doing the forensic interviews for kids that have been abused and mistreated in some way. And I think last year we performed over 1,289 interviews. We work with the DA to collect the forensic interview questions that are required to bring about prosecution and justice for that kid, as well as connect them with resources and counseling and the trauma work that goes with that. Very successful program. And then at the bottom of your screen there, therapeutic foster care, which we've done for many years. It's fairly small and tight. You heard some of the challenges, I think, in the presenter that was just preceding me with that and the lack of funding for that. But we do have therapeutic foster care in the Hattiesburg area. We recruit, train, and license those homes as foster homes, and many of them move on to become adoptive homes that we love. With that, very quick 30,000 lunch in mind flyover. Let me double click down on the 3 that you specifically asked. And before I do that, I just want to contextualize the way we think that I think is so important in this moment in our history, and what's the implications of where we are with kids and families, that we can't just think downstream, and we've heard that in every presentation, but we also have to think through kind of an ecological model and framework that kids live in a context of families and peer groups and schools and community and culture that influence. And if we fail to intervene with primary, secondary, tertiary interventions across each one of these stratified levels, we miss the opportunity to really help this kid get their life on track and the family get their life on track. And so if I had more time, I would unpack that in detail, but let me press on. The three programs to double click on, I'll begin with the Warren County Children's Shelter that is in Vicksburg. This is one of two shelters across the state that offers shelter for runaway and homeless youth who are not yet in the custody of the state. And those of you who've been involved in the trafficking discussions know that the primary, the top predictor in terms of who might end up in trafficking with kids is those who are on the streets and homeless and runaway. And so this is a very important, safe place that we have and recruit across the community in Warren County. It's one of 5 emergency shelters across the state. There used to be more, and there's very few of these resources now for lots of reasons that, again, you may have some questions that you want to send. I'd be glad to put some flesh on some of that. But there we do diagnostic evaluations with a physician, with psychologists to really find out the trauma that the kid has been through. Many of these are removed from their home in the middle of the night. Sibling groups, sheriff comes, takes them, brings them here in the middle of the night, and we have people there ready to kind of circle around them and help them, make a plan for their lives and what is next. This shelter was amazing, never closed its doors all through COVID. You can see the numbers of how the increase has happened from 20 to 21. With pretty precipitous 65% increase or so. And you can see just so far this year in 22, this is just through the second quarter through June 30, we're already have served 50 children. So the pressure is very real. We're seeing that across the state. And that's just one spot where we're seeing that. Second program to kind of double click on and my colleagues who will follow me at Youth Villages also are doing this program. I believe I was unable to hear Commissioner Sanders' testimony completely, but I know that our two organizations have worked very closely to bring about this In-Circle program. Has made a significant impact. If you look back 4 or 5 years ago in state custody numbers, there was about 6,500 kids in state custody. We're now below 4,000 in the state. And a big portion of that is I know Commissioner Sanders discussed, is how we're working very intentionally on the front door side of the child protection problem. While we're also working on the back door side of adoptions and how to expedite that process. The front door has been critical. And I know, because I have been able to listen to most of the testimony, one thematic piece that you're hearing across every single person is this call to prevention. And this is on that side for CPS, how we prevent and divert children from entering state custody. And what we've got is irrefutable data across time now that this program works. We have so it's 2 programs. It's the family preservation and family reunification. Preservation, as it sounds, is trying to preserve the family, keep them together and not coming into state custody. And the reunification is for those who have come into state custody, but it hasn't been long to bring them back to a family and a permanency plan. Now, the way we receive these children is only through CPS and only after they have had a call for abuse or neglect and the state has gone to do the investigation and confirmed abuse or neglect. Then we get called, deployed across all 82 counties to, if the child is not imminent risk, that is, we're called to come in and work intensely with those families to see if we can preserve the family and or reunify the family. And you can see the success rates there, 96% success rate of keeping kids and families preserved and safely together, 97% success rate of reunifying the families. And this has been many years of this same outcome between 96, 98% success rate of working intensely. And what I think this is so important to learn about families who are struggling in our state. And we've talked about the 5,000 that we might anticipate that may come into the system as a result of the Roe Wade decision. And I would just say, put an asterisk, not necessarily. If these families get the help that they need, we have such demonstrable data to demonstrate that when families get the support that they need, they really can pull it together and stay together, but they have to have those resources come alongside them. And so in the case of this program, we'll have one clinician come into the home, and they might be there for 8 to 12 weeks, very intensely with the family in the home, rolling up the sleeves with the clinician in this room, doing trauma-informed work with the kid, with the other professional in the room with the mom working on groceries, working on how to get the homework plan, how to do a budget, how to get the front porch fixed and the car running again so she can make it to work, so she keeps her job. And they roll up their sleeves and do miraculous work across all 82 counties with tremendous success rates. So we know this works. And you can see the numbers, significant numbers already this year. We're on pace to be, again, how the numbers unfolded last year. So I would just point to this as a very important part of the system of care and how we appropriately shut the front door for those who can be diverted and intervened with. And then the last program here that I'll highlight is our LINK program, such a tremendous program. And I heard the testimony preceding me from CASA that was talking about the need for like a family resource navigator. And I can't wait to connect. And I failed to mention, I have my colleague, Shay Hutchins, who's our Chief Solutions Officer, in the room with you, just in case the internet went down or in case you have a really tough question that she could field. But the LINK program is very similar to what was described earlier. And this is where if the In-Circle program is when we come in and intervene, once the call has already been made to CPS and once abuse or neglect is confirmed with great outcomes, right? The LINK is just a bit upstream from that before a call has been made to the state. These are looking at social determinants of health. Who are the families at risk? And how do we intervene early with those families to, as the name implies, link them with the community resources around them so that they can get their lives back together. If the water temperature hits 212 and you get to the abuse, if the water temperature is at 190 moving to 200, how do we bring it down in the family and we resource them? We do parenting skills, teen pregnancy prevention, substance abuse, you see it on the screen. But we resource and link them with the community. And what's amazing across our state, because we work very closely in all 82 counties, it's amazing how many resources are available in the communities, but the families in need of them don't know how to access them. They don't know how to reach them. And so this program takes them by the hand and walks them to the resource, helps them with the job application, helps them with the workforce development, helps them get connected with those resources. And we do this in partnership with the Department of Human Services. So with that, trying to be sensitive to time, I will just close by, again, thanking you for this incredible work and for the chance to partner, to think together about what might be the next season for our state's kids. I would leave with just 3 final thoughts of emphasis for this moment, because I think unprecedented times call for unprecedented kind of ways to think differently. And I would just encourage this committee, as you guys are thinking through the investment side at the state level, to invest in what has already been demonstrated to work. I love new shiny things. Those are great. But if we can invest in the prevention efforts that have already been demonstrated to work across all the presentations that you've heard, and I know with one-time dollars that our state has a very unique moment in history, and we almost never get to invest in prevention because we need to deal with the immediate crisis. But if we don't do it right now, I'm afraid we won't get to ever have the right investment for the prevention side in our state. So I would encourage this group to really think through what's had demonstrable outcomes and how do we invest in the prevention side. The second piece would be same scenario, but how do we invest in the intervention side that has also been proven to work and fund what we know has already worked. In the previous presentation, I would say adequately fund through the state what we know works. We need more Medicaid providers. We need more of those available for these families because that's vital for their success. And then finally, I would leave it with this. I do think that this unprecedented time also calls for unprecedented partnerships and collaborations. And the collaborations between, and specifically, the private sector and the public sector, this is the moment that we have to work in an amazing way together in a collaborative way. And I would point to one example that there's the Mississippi Programs of Hope. And I know Cindy Cheeks is there in the room and is going to have a handout for all of you to be able to see. the great work that this committee is doing. It's a beautiful example of what public and private collaboration looks like. There's over 45 members on this team with state agency heads, private sector, foundations. It's all the right people to think together, from housing to funding and everything in between. And this group will also have some recommendations for this body. And I just wanted to kind of put a placeholder in there. You'll have this handout with this group, and this group would love to work with you to help think three-dimensionally about some of the recommendations and not siloed as we move forward. Again, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you and for the incredible work that you're doing. It's vital for our kids. So thank you.
Thank you, John. We appreciate you zooming in with us. We wish you good luck on what you're doing out there. And I'm sure this committee has a number of questions, and we know where to get you, and we will be communicating with you on those questions. So thank you very much. We're going to have youth villages who we appreciate for patiently waiting on us long after your time for presentation was due. So.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Hello. Yeah. Hi, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak. I'm Amanda Futrell with Youth Villages. This is Rhonda Stemkowski. She'll introduce herself when she comes up. But I wanted to take just a second to talk first about Youth Villages nationally. And then Rhonda is going to speak to our Mississippi programs specifically. Oh, there we go. And then Rhonda will speak about specific our Mississippi programs and how we're making an impact on the most vulnerable women, kids, and families in Mississippi. But first, nationally, Youth Villages started in 1986. And since then, we have been serving children and families in 23 states and DC across the nation. In fiscal year 22, we served 36,000 kids. And so the reason why that's important and why I want to bring that out is that we have, since the mid 90s, so almost 30 years of experience working with kids and families in the community-based setting, in their homes, on their doorsteps, really making an impact through family-centered approach. We do believe that children are best raised by their families. Of course, when there's, there aren't safety risks. We do know that children do have to be occasionally placed out of their home in foster care and residential facilities, which we do have residential facilities. But in the mid 90s, we really doubled down on the community-based approach. Because what we were seeing is kids were coming into our residential facilities. They were doing great there, going back home, and there was a revolving door because they still had the same problems they were going home to once they left us in our residential facilities. So we, like I said, for almost 30 years have been providing evidence-based, trauma-informed approach to these young people and families in their homes, 24/7 service. And, really this has become a national consensus through research that treating children in the home, in the community is much more effective, long-term sustained outcomes doing that versus removing from the home, residential and foster care. And so it's become, because it is a consensus, that's why federal government had legislation passed in 2018, the Family First Prevention Services Act that Commissioner Sanders spoke to before. So I won't belabor that point because I'm sure that you guys are clear on what that is. But I think the important piece to walk away from is that our Youth Villages Intercept program is well supported, which means that the state of Mississippi can draw down the maximum federal dollars to fund this program for kids across Mississippi. In order to get that well-supported rating, there was a very rigorous third-party independent evaluator. There were multiple studies done, so it's not just Youth Villages or me saying that our program's great. and that it gets great outcomes. An independent evaluator said this too. And so we got the top rating, which is well supported, which means then that the state of Mississippi can draw down those federal dollars. So I'm going to turn it over to Rhonda to talk about our Mississippi programs.
Hi, I'll try to make this brief. I know everybody is trying to get back on schedule. And thank you for letting us speak on our programs today. So as Amanda said, Youth Villages has been in Mississippi since 1996. We started serving children here quite a while ago. Our primary programs in Mississippi are our in-home community-based programs. We visit the children in their home, their school, their community. We go to church with them. We go to their baseball practice with them. Wherever the kid goes, we will go and help support them to build environment around them that's going to continue them after services. We tell people our job is to work ourselves out of a job. We want the kid to be at home where they are with family, whatever that family looks like. It may be an aunt and uncle, it may be grandma, it may be mom and dad if possible. We want children to live with people that are going to love them throughout their lifetime. So we get involved in every aspect of their life. We usually see them 2 to 3 times a week, sometimes 4 or 5 if they're having crisis, because we are on call to them a lot, 24/7. If they need us, we come. But we come often and we help the parent learn to parent that child with whatever's going on with that child. We also do individual therapy with the youth. We involve people in their life to help continue that child's care beyond just the therapeutic value that we offer with our mental health services. We want them to be stable long-term. So the services we provide in Mississippi primarily are our MyPac services. We provide that across the state. That is a program through the Department of Medicaid that, as said before, is an alternative to a psychiatric residential services. We provide their medication management. We provide individual and family therapy, crisis response. We go to the school with them. We sit in on their behavior plans. Our goal with that service is to be whatever the kid needs us to be for that period of time to stabilize that family. We also do In-Circle, which is our partnership with CPS to help parenting with the parenting skills, reunify families when needed. And then, as Commissioner Sanders said, starting October, we hope to start doing Intercept, which is our program that we do in all of our other states that is evidence-based. It is an EBP listed on the Families First Clearinghouse, so with the federal government. So we will get to pull down federal dollars for that. We focus mostly at Youth Villages on evidence-based practices. So we bring in experts. We do a lot of research. We have our own research department that studies these things, because if we're going to go into a family's home and impact a child's life, we want to know what we're doing is evidence-based and proven that it's going to help that child and that family. So we focus a lot on our research and collecting data from families a year after they discharge. So when they leave our program, we follow up with them a year after, and we shared some data for what our services look like. This is 1 year post-discharge for our MyPac program. 90% of the children were living at home with their family. 97% of the children were either in school, graduated, or employed. And 94% of the youth had no trouble with the law in the year after discharge. So we do this for all of our programs. We keep a lot of data about our programs. We've had both our Intercept and our LifeSet programs studied by Chapin Hall. There's published studies to support the evidence of those programs. Here's the same data on our In-Circle program. And then I'll talk just briefly about our LifeSet program, which the CASA worker had mentioned, Aaron. This is it's our transitional living program. It's for kids that are aging out of foster care. LifeSet is our treatment model, just like Intercept. We've developed this model. It's been studied by Chapin Hall. There's been published studies on it to support that it works. It actually came out of a grant from Aberdeen, Mississippi. So we always keep a small portion of services in Mississippi, but we have been very blessed to have a grant through the health department through their VOCA funding to add a portion of, to take care of about 50 kids, and then recently got some additional support from CPS to add 20 more slots. So we'll be serving about 70 to 90 kids across the state in this program. What this does is for kids that are aging out of foster care, we provide transitional living services. So it may be helping them find housing, helping them get into school, go into college, providing mental health support and also counseling during that time, helping them find jobs. If you'll, on the handout we gave, this is in the randomized control study that Chapin Hall did. LISET was shown to decrease mental health problems by 13%. 30% of our children were decreased the chances of being in a volatile relationship by 30%, decreased homelessness, and also children were more likely to have a job, and their earnings were increased. This program is really important because this is the age group that, especially for our girls, that are very likely to become pregnant or parenting at a young age. We have right now 5 of our youth are pregnant and parenting. They're at risk of homelessness. They're at risk of a lack of medical care when they graduate or when they come out of foster care. If they don't do the exact right things, they may not carry their Medicaid with them. They may not be able to get back on Medicaid, which leaves them lack of access to health care. If they don't have housing or they're at risk of homelessness, they're likely to oftentimes go into a relationship to have a place to stay that may not be the healthiest relationship for them. So we see a high risk of pregnant and parenting teens in this program. So we do try to help educate them, make sure that they have all the resources they need for that. And then here's some evidence on our LifeSet program. This is our national evidence, our national data on when you're discharged from LifeSet. So if you want to look at the numbers and the data that supports how well our children do in that program.
I want to thank you, and if y'all will be around if our committee has questions for this, but I also want to thank y'all too for the amount of data and evidence that y'all produced. These look like very efficacious programs that we know are presently going on in our state. And I know y'all are working on some potential additional programs within the state. And so I look forward to continuing seeing the strong positive work y'all are doing. And I very much thank y'all for hanging in with us for this long period of time. I've had the opportunity to privately visit with y'all and really learn kind of a great deal more about your programs. So thank y'all very much. And really appreciate the partnerships that you were doing with us in this state with CPS and DHS. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Very much.
And I do want to offer our research department is available if you would like to set up a separate call with them to talk about very specific amounts of data. We collect data on all of our kids in every state. So if that would be helpful to the committee, I can set up an individual call for you to talk to our research department.
Okay. Thank y'all very much. We will be back at 2 o'clock. Thank y'all.
So you may have to lean into this mic just a tad. It's usually pretty good. Kind of tell.
Hello, hello, hello. That goes forward, that.
Mic check 1, 2, mic check 1, 2, mic check 1. Okay. We're going to go ahead and get started. And I want to remind the committee that today we are pleased to have the Director of the Department of Human Services. Today, though, we are only going to focus on child support, since that's kind of the focus. Today, we've been focusing on adoption, foster care, and child support. And in October, we're going to come back and discuss other divisions within your agency. But today, we're just going to talk about child support. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to introduce the team we have, and I'm about to turn the podium over to one of them, but I'll introduce first Rochelle Richardson. She's our Deputy Executive Director for Age-Related Services because she has child support, youth services, and then on the other end of life, she has a division of aging and adult services. Right next to her is Michael McCauley. Michael is one of our child support attorneys. He's actually stepped into the role as acting director of our child support enforcement division right now while we look for a new director. Just to his right is Reagan Spears. Reagan is one of our policy attorneys in the child support enforcement division, and he doesn't need any introduction to most of you, but just to Reagan's right is Daniel Galarno, although he does have a new title these days. He's our senior policy analyst as well as our legislative liaison. Now, as I said, Rochelle has under her jurisdiction the child support enforcement division, and she's going to make the presentation here. I do want to say by way of introduction, though, that this is one of our programs that we're very proud of because it is working well. And the best indicator of that, I've heard some talk in the last day and a half about return on investment. Our child support enforcement program, and Rochelle will get to this during her presentation, but it returns $8 for every dollar that we invest. And as a state executive director, I'll take any program that returns $8 to the state for every dollar that we invest. And so what we plan to do, what Rochelle plans to do, is give you an overview of how our program works and how it is working right now. So I'll turn the podium over to Rochelle Richardson.
Good afternoon. Just to give you a brief history of the Division of Child Support Enforcement. The program itself kind of dates back to 1935 under the Social Security Act. They originally had aid to families with dependent children. And part of that program involved states trying to recoup the money that they paid to orphaned children. As time went on, much like I think you've heard testimony from others this morning, enforcement of that was kind of sporadic, kind of like in youth court. It depended on where you were, how they did it. And so in 1975, Congress passed an amendment to the Social Security Act requiring that states designate a single entity to serve as the Child Enforcement Division. In 1976, the Mississippi State Legislature designated the Department of Human Services to establish and operate the Child Support Enforcement Unit for the state of Mississippi. Child support enforcement's initial purpose was obtaining financial support for children receiving welfare benefits under the Social Security Administration. By law, some programs still require participants to file for child support to maintain eligibility. So those programs are like TANF. Mississippi, the federal government gave state the option for when SNAP was amended. Mississippi opted to have that mandated cooperation, and it applies to Medicaid as well. Mississippi is in the minority of states by having that SNAP mandatory cooperation requirement. And that mandatory cooperation requirement and the state's role in recouping some expenses in child support cases will make the the state child support program a little bit different than from those of you who are familiar from typical child support cases between private parties. The fact that the state is involved and has an interest does change it just slightly. The processes and procedures are similar, but there are some differences. And we'll just note for, because it seems to be of interest to a lot of parties, that we have contracted out portions of this program, the legal service portion. We have a contract with Young Williams. They're our vendor to provide legal services. They do not, we still have oversight and administer the program, and some of the services are maintained and operated by us. So according to the Social Security Act, these are the services that the 4D, it's Title 4D of the Child Support of the Social Security Act. That's why you'll see it referred to sometimes as 4D. Those are the mandates by law that this services that we're supposed to provide. Locating parents when we're not sure where they're located. We rely on a lot of databases, work with other state agencies, the Department of Public Safety, Department of Corrections, and others to try and locate parents to seek that support. That's also a service that we can provide to private attorneys to assist them in locating parents, as well as CPS in foster care cases. We can provide some services to assist them in locating parents in those cases as well. We're responsible for establishing paternity, either through stipulated agreements or through DNA testing. Establishing court orders of support, that's primarily handled by Young Williams. Modifying court orders is also primarily handled by Young Williams. And enforcing those orders is kind of divided between the agency and Young Williams. And we'll get into those three things in a little more detail later. Collecting and processing the child support payments is something we do in-house. We are required under federal regulations to have a single state disbursement unit, and we operate that, and along with the vendor informatics. Here are some general numbers just about the performance of the program in fiscal year 21. We distributed over $358 million, and then with an impact on or involved cases affecting more than 295,000 children. I know much has been said about the holding non-custodial parents accountable. We have about, of the 295,000 children, the NCPs responsible for those individuals, for those children, are a little over 144,000. This program is a joint project. Funding is jointly between federal and state. The feds pick up 66% of our costs, and the state share is 34%. As Mr. Anderson said, in federal fiscal year 21, we paid almost $42 million in an effort to collect and disperse $358 million. Here are some more numbers on just caseload and how it functions. For those who are interested, I will say that if you look at collections per ordered case, that number, as you can see, we're lower than the national average, and that's an annual collection amount, so it equals about $147 per month in child support that is collected. I'd also draw your attention to the last line, cost effectiveness. According to the federal performance measures, a program is considered cost effective if it's greater than $5. So as you can see, we're significantly above that, and I'm proud to say that we rank in the top 5 in the country, and this is in terms of cost effectiveness. So good to be in the top 10 of a list for something good. As you'll see on this slide, child support is a team effort. This is not an exhaustive list of the partners that we work with on a daily basis to assist the 149,000 children we are trying to help. One of the newest partners, some of our partners you've heard from earlier today, one of our newest partners is the State Treasurer's Office. And so based on legislation that y'all passed in the last session, they have been tremendously enthusiastic in assisting us. And so I'll talk about that a little bit more later. And another thing I want to specifically point out is, the Mississippi judiciary, we could not do what we do without them. And the clerks that serve those courts will also note that child support enforcement, the state child support enforcement program makes up about 40% of case filings throughout the state. So those filing fees that we pay support local court systems as well. In addition to these partners, we also collaborate with all 50 states in their child support program to either have them enforce where we have a case or get them collections where they have a case. This next slide is just kind of a broad overview of the process or a case life cycle. This is the first of 2 slides. I will note that Young Williams has proprietary software that they called Y-Track, that they use a specialized workflow process to manage the high volume of data, documents, requests, alerts, deadlines, specific to each aspect of this case. This is not a representation of that system, but within these stages, there are potentially hundreds of documents and different steps and things that need to be tracked. And so they do that with a proprietary system. It of course starts with an application or referral. Most of our cases are sent by referral. That means that the custodial parent is receiving benefits for one of those services that has mandatory cooperation. However, we can provide child support enforcement services to anyone who has a need regardless of income. To do that, they would just need to file an application with us and pay a $25 application fee. Those who are required to participate because of mandatory cooperation do not pay that application fee. Assuming all goes well perfectly, we know who the parents are, where they are, and they're not contesting whether or not they are the parent. The first 5 stages, which goes from application to a judgment or a court order involving child support, can take approximately 6 months. So it is even with Y-Track and everything we do to keep cases moving, it is not the fastest process in the world, or not as fast as a lot of custodial parents would like. Throughout this process, we try and work with both parents to get agreed orders. And there has been, or seems to be, some misunderstanding about our role. We don't represent either parent. We represent the state's interests. The custodial parent typically authorizes us assigns their rights to collect to us, but we do not represent any particular party. We represent the state, and by virtue of the way the process works, we're seeking the best interest of the child. On stage 6, once we get that court order, a judgment is entered into METS. Under Mississippi law, that triggers us to issue an income withholding order that we send to the employers. I think that's another area where there's been a lot of misunderstanding and miscommunication. An income withholding order does not mean that the non-custodial parent is a deadbeat or hasn't paid. We are just trying to simplify the process and kind of take them out of the mix, and that it goes to the employer, they pay us directly, and we get it to the custodial parent. But I think there's a lot of miscommunication and stigma around having that. And you know, I've had grandmothers call me, and you're garnishing my son's wages, and it's just embarrassing. And that is not at all what that means. It's just the way the law's set up to kind of eliminate potential controversy. So it's just a withholding like anything else, whether your taxes, your retirement, that sort of thing. Look at stage 8. I think we'll get into this a little bit more, and there have already been some discussions and questions in previous sessions about the administrative actions and tools we have for enforcement. I'll just note here that many of these are federally mandated tools. And in order for us to continue to receive federal funding, we have to have those tools at our disposal. I think there was some discussion earlier about contempt actions and the criminal prosecutions. And of course, contempt is always the last resort and is only pursued if we believe that the non-paying non-custodial parent is willfully refusing to pay their court orders and is otherwise able to pay those orders. And then, of course, stage 10, you know, we will review it throughout the child's lifetime. Parents are entitled to review every 3 years, or they can request them at either parent can request at any time that the order be modified based on a substantial change in circumstance. Otherwise, rock along, and when the child reaches the age of 21, they age out, and that case is closed. Here are the current child support guidelines under Mississippi law. For those of you who practice law, probably can recite these in your sleep, but just for the benefit of everyone in the audience. To see what that looks like, we created 2 scenarios using the census data U.S. median household income, which in Mississippi is $46,511, which equals about $38.75 a month in income. So scenario 1, we take that $46,511, which we are assuming for the point of this discussion is the non-custodial parent's entire gross income from all available sources. Then that is, we deduct their actual tax liability, any Social Security contributions, any mandatory retirement contributions, and then any other child support orders are deducted. So if, for example, the NCP was a state employee, hers would be deducted from their gross income, but if they opted into the deferred comp, that contribution would not be deducted to calculate their adjusted gross income. So with that in mind, taking all those deductions for the point of this presentation, we determined that the NCP's adjusted gross income would be $30,000. And if you say that he or she had 3 children with the custodial parent, the child support would be 22% of that $30,000 and would end up being $550 a month, or about $183 per child. What we see in most of our cases is that the custodial parent and non-custodial parent typically have multiple partners, children from multiple relationships. And so you can see in scenario 2 how differently these guidelines play out, in that same amount of income, but the oldest child will receive $350. The second child will receive $301. Third child, of course, would receive $258. In the first scenario, the non-custodial parents required to pay only $550 a month. In the second scenario, the non-custodial parent pays $909. And so you can see, based on how that plays out, depending on who you are and what scenario you're looking at the other, saying, you know, is that a win-win-win? And I'll also note that based on the information that the Attorney General presented earlier, if you look, based on what she said about the cost of childcare, while we would argue that child support is absolutely part of the solution in the post-Dobbs era, I don't know that it's quite the contribution everyone expects. Look, when you take it based on what our average income is, a lot of private attorneys, politicians are probably looking at the guidelines from a mindset of doctors, lawyers. In those private cases, the income is significantly different. But when you look at it from our average income, which is probably higher than most of the clients we serve, it's significant. It's not a percentage of not enough is even less. So while we definitely want to be part of the discussion, we think it's a part of the solution, it's not the silver bullet or the only answer. To that end, the federal regulations and state law require us to review those guidelines every 4 years. The current review began as part of the Domestic Law Task Force that was established during the 2020 legislative session. We have convened an advisory group based on several members taken from the Domestic Law Task Force, including Chairman Bryce Wiggins, Judges David McCarty from the Court of Appeals, Chancellor Crystal Wise Martin, private attorneys Chase Morgan and Matthew Thompson, Professor Debbie Bell from the Ole Miss School of Law, as well as myself, Reagan, and Michael from DHS. And we are working with an economist, Dr. Jane Valor, who is an expert on child support guidelines, and have given her the current economic data for the cost of raising children in Mississippi, and she will be providing a report and some recommendations on the impact of our guidelines and maybe any recommended changes or adjustments based on that. We had started that process before this committee was announced. And so we were looking at a timeline more to get it in time for the legislative session. So that is something that will be forthcoming. We're anticipating hearing from her findings in October. And we'll be happy to share that report with this committee. And now the slide that gives me heartburn and keeps me up at night. So after 2020 and 2021 saw record collections based on federal fiscal policy, we were able to intercept the first round of stimulus payments in cases where the non-custodial parent had arrears. Also, we're able to collect on the enhanced unemployment benefits that were being paid. And so we saw record collections. And then as those programs seemed to wind down, we saw collections fall off a cliff, as you can see in this chart. One of the things we're trying to not sure what had an impact, because 60% of our cases or case collections come from employers, what impact that transition back and forth to remote work may have had on getting that stuff processed. And may have affected this performance metric, but we're monitoring this very closely. We've instituted some special projects looking at cases that had 75%, we're paying 75% of the time pre-pandemic and have since dropped after the pandemic. And so trying to reach out and do some follow-up there and seeing some success there, following up with employers where we have verified employment for the NCPs to work towards getting those payments back on track and on time. We're working with our other sister child support programs in other states, working on ensuring that they're enforcing the cases involving our NCPs located in their states who are not paying. And looking at some legislative remedies as well. Some of the other reasons that may be driving some of the challenges in getting current collections is we know about 15% of our non-custodial parents are under the age of 25. They're under the age of 25. So what they can earn and the consistency of employment at that age group, a lot of those are in the gig economy, and that may be challenging for us to identify and obtain accurate income information. As the state economist Corey Miller noted in his comments to the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, we have a low participation rate in the workforce participation. We're one of the lowest in the country, so that is probably driving some of this as well. We've historically had high teen pregnancy rates, which of course impact educational attainment and therefore wage earning capacity. When we were looking at some of the census data in preparation for this presentation, Mississippi has about 85% graduation rate, high school graduation rate for citizens over the age of 25. But when you look at citizens over the age of 25 with a bachelor's degree, it drops to 23%. So 60% of our population is somewhere between a high school and bachelor's degree. And then we also have a high number of out-of-wedlock births that are also contributing to high poverty rates, as well as high incarceration rates in the state. That said, here's various ways that we do collect child mechanisms. As I said earlier, the income withholding orders, or IWOs, directly from employers makes up about 60% of our collections. In 2021, that was about $260 million. Our employers are key partners, and we need to do more outreach and education with them to make sure that we're working with them and not creating an administrative burden on them, but also making sure we're getting the money that these custodial parents and children are entitled to. That is one mechanism that is required by federal law. The second is intercepting federal and state income tax returns. We were able, again, I think due in large part to a lot of the federal stimulus, able to collect almost 55 million in 2021. The third, and this is something that we do with our staff attorneys in-house, is we obtain liens on workers' compensation and personal injury claims. They collected, the two attorneys assigned to this were able to obtain collections in the amount of a little over 3.3 million. One, I think legislative, I'm not sure if the Attorney General presentation mentioned this, but one legislative ask we would have regarding this is if we could work with the Department of Insurance to get a data match. So we don't have to wait for there to be a lawsuit for us to intervene and get the lien, but if we can have the data match to see when those claims are filed and therefore intervene to collect the portion that is owed to the child or children. We work with the Mississippi Lottery Commission and thus far intercepted a little over 272,000. We also have two attorneys in-house who work to seize financial accounts of NCPs that are in arrear. Between those two attorneys, they collected almost $3 million last year in seizing those financial accounts and working out settlement agreements with the non-custodial parents who are in arrears. We don't just seize accounts for parents who are paying on time. But that's an enforcement tool. And again, as I previously mentioned, intercepting unemployment benefits. And that is something that we do just by working directly with the Department of Employment Security with data matches. So one of the newest tools in our tool belt and one we're excited about is the unclaimed property in partnership with the Treasurer's Office. It has thus far been a great collaboration with Treasurer David McCray and his staff. We're still in the final testing phases of the data matches. but we anticipated it being significantly more than what we've been able to obtain from the Lottery Commission. When we get those exact numbers, we'll be announcing that and some administrative rules and procedures through the public comment period. We'll be able to announce those exact numbers. But we appreciate the Treasurer's Office and all that they've done to assist us, and think it's going to be a win-win for everyone. And then one that we don't have a number tied to, specifically one enforcement tool that is effective, is the license suspension program. And I know that one seems to be particularly controversial. But we did have 86, a little over 8,600 licenses that we suspended. I will note that this enforcement measure is federally mandated. Any significant change to overruling it would put us out of compliance with federal regulations and would put our federal funding at risk. We'll note that before we suspend anyone's license, we attempt to negotiate a payment and look at specifically the impact to employment. And what we negotiate for the lump sum payment is working with the NCP on what their ability to pay is. And then in addition to those, we also report delinquency to credit bureaus and are able to suspend or ask the federal government to suspend NCP's passports when they reach a certain threshold. In terms of legislative asks that we need to continue to serve the families of Mississippi, there is part of the federal rule that passed in 2016, states are prohibited from treating a non-custodial parent's incarceration for more than 100 days as voluntary unemployment. To comply, Mississippi must incorporate this prohibition into the child support guidelines. We have been advised by the Office of Child Support Enforcement that failure to incorporate this requirement into our guidelines will result in a loss of our federal funding to or the federal share of our funding. For 2021, that was $27 million, over $27 million. In addition, we would also lose the ability to receive federal incentive payments based on our performance, which we have not gotten the incentive amount we received for 2021 yet, but for 2022, it was over $7.8 million. So that's approximately at least $34 million in federal funding that's at risk. It will also impact, not entirely, but a percentage of it could reduce our TANF subgrant as well for failure to be in compliance. So the legislation passed the House in the 2022 session, but was not brought to the floor for vote in the Senate. Based on, as I think note in the slide, based on the current case data, having this would only suspend payment or affect 3,200 cases, constituting 1.2% of our total caseload. But again, that 1.2% puts the funding for everyone else at risk to punish 3,200 bad actors. So in addition to the incarceration bill, we would also ask that this committee and the legislature would incorporate any suggested changes to the guidelines in this next session, as well as encourage further collaboration with the Department of Insurance and the Gaming Commission for opportunities to collect arrearages through the insurance claim match. And as other people mentioned in their presentation, casino winning intercepts. In all candor, that bill, I think, was well supported in the last legislative session. There was probably some homework that was on us to do that didn't get done. Just in all candor. But we think we could get it done in time if it were to be passed or be up for consideration and have support in this next session. And then last but not least, because it's not directly affecting women and children, it would be an indirect impact. The continuation of the previously approved funding for our legacy system replacement project that we are calling Success would allow us to modernize our system and make it more efficient, cost-effective, and easier for our program to operate. And with that, I'll take any questions, or we will take any questions.
Thank you. This has been a very informative presentation. And I'm gonna go back to, I will be one of those that will say I was not supportive in the Senate of, what I say, giving people a break, because there are parents out there that are taking care of these kids on their own when that person is incarcerated. And they are taking care of those children where they're not able to save for their retirement, their future. Whereas we're giving these people a complete break and just a bypass. And so I will tell you, I was not one of those that was in favor of this. However, knowing what the potential is to be lost, I will be supportive of it this time, only because of what it's going to do to all the other programs that we would place in the state. But I am a disgruntled person having to do this. And I think there are many constituents of mine who would agree, because they are still out there having to care for these children with absolutely no support, because the individual that they partnered with for a child is now incarcerated. So I don't think this is a great policy of the federal government's, but if it means that we will have to lose a tremendous amount of money, I think we will have to reluctantly participate in this. So I understand the pure logic of why they say it, but I don't think I agree with the implications that it has on those individual caregivers who are having to bear the sole responsibility. So that is my political statement that I will make on that. But I appreciate y'all delivering the message, because that is what y'all need to do to make sure we are advised correctly. I want to ask you too, Senator Wiggins brought it up earlier. Thank you for saying, I wish you would meet with the Gaming Commission and the members of because that was one of the bills that was in our committee, and there was a good bit of opposition to it from the industry. Not the commission, but from the industry itself. So we would appreciate y'all meeting with us. I understand it is done in other states and that there is a process that is done in other states. So if y'all could meet and help us with that legislation, because I think it needs to be a little bit more than we saw in our committee last year.
Yeah, I mean, in full candor, the bill as it was presented to y'all was in a form that predated us, in all candor. And I'll be speaking for myself. When I read it, I thought it put too much too much of a burden on the casinos and the commission. But we have also
we've also been in conversation with Jay McDaniel, who's the director at the Gaming Commission. One of the things he offered to do with us, and we'll try to get this scheduled before the session begins, and that is go down and meet with our counterparts in Louisiana who do have a gaming recovery bill, a law actually in place. And Jay has been very supportive of our efforts, but he has said just what you said, Madam Chair, the industry is going to be your biggest barrier there. Make it as, not attractive to them, but not as burdensome, and keep it as light a burden for them, just like the insurance companies who cooperate with Medicaid right now for set-offs for Medicaid, and just the way we hope to be able to do for insurance settlements. If we can make it easy, it's going to be much more likely for us to, get the support that we need from the industry.
And I think last year too, it wasn't that anyone was opposed to the idea. I think it was just kind of appeared to us at the last minute and we didn't have all the particulars worked out. So that was one of the reasons too, is we wanted to revisit it again because we didn't have all the particulars worked out last time. So y'all doing that will greatly expedite this process of getting it through.
And it may be as simple as also pulling in the Department of Revenue, because they're obviously reporting certain information, Department of Revenue, since we already have that data exchange for tax offsets, that may be another way to not have to reinvent the wheel in a way, but build on systems and information exchanges that already exist.
Yeah. Committee, you'll have questions? Senator Hill.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming to share with us today. On the issue of driver's license, the state of Mississippi belongs to an organization called NCSL, and I'm sure y'all know what that is, and they're pretty reliable on policies from state to state. And I'm reading on NSCL's website about the driver's license, and it says in recent years, some legislatures have begun easing up on license restrictions that would impair the affected's ability to earn income or otherwise meet their parental obligations. For example, 15 states allow for temporary driver's license if suspension would prevent the subject from traveling to and from work, parenting time, or religious services. Some states allow for temporary occupational or professional licenses while the administrative or judicial review is being conducted. So there's a way that they're getting around it because they're not losing their federal funding or they wouldn't be doing this. So we need to look at what these other states are doing and see what we can do. And maybe y'all already have, I don't know. But I'm going to keep going back to the fact if they can't drive, they can't go to work. And so there apparently are some ways that 15 other states are easing up on that based on what NCSL has printed. So I would ask that you would look into that so that we could at least give some kind of, if we're not now given some kind of temporary driver's license or something, so these people can go back and forth to work. Because I can't tell you how many cases have contacted me and said, my son's got a job, but he didn't have a driver's license. And if he gets arrested for no driver's license, then he's going to be in more trouble than he is now. So, we don't need to compound the problem if there's a way we can get around the Fed's idiotic restrictions.
We'll absolutely take that back and review.
Senator Bryan.
First of all, I'd like to say I completely agree with Senator Hill's comments. And secondly, it's an insight into the business model of the casinos that their bottom line depends so much on gambling by people who are behind on child support. But you always learn something at these hearings. It's my understanding that the guidelines that we have are just that, they're guidelines. And that the courts have the authority to vary from the guidelines.
Yes.
And so in some of the situations you gave where the individual who had children by different mothers had varying amounts, wound up paying more child support than others. One's tempted to say there's a volume discount, but that's the sort of thing that it would seem to me a court would take into consideration. And long ago, I remember judges saying essentially, we're not going to shortchange child number one just because you've gone out and had another child. But that being the case, if the children, one assumes generally being of different ages, there's sort of an opportunity to catch up. And I was listening to Senator Boyd's comments, and I don't think any of us are particularly sympathetic to someone who's in jail and behind on child support at the same time. But having said that, what you're going to do, the individuals in jail, 14% of zero is zero. But in both of those instances, and what they have in common is on the back end, there's at least an opportunity in some circumstances to catch up. In other words, as the individual, I want to assume, gets out of jail, it may be the case that down the road, some child support could be continued. So I'm talking without having fully thought through this. But I do know there are cases where people get judgments for child support that was not paid. And then those judgments are collected long after the child has become an adult, but the money is collected to compensate the custodial parent who was shortchanged all those years. And the reason I'm babbling is to ask the question, not necessarily for immediate response. Is this something we want to think about? Is this something we want to put in the law? Do we need to change the law, or is this just an idea that really doesn't have that much merit or that much use? I don't know. I'm just asking if that's something we want to think about.
So the law does give judges discretion to deviate for the guidelines. It does require certain justification in the orders. So it's not unheard of. It's just trying to make it a little more easy, making sure that the guidelines are tied to the reality on the ground and what they're seeing in the courtroom makes it easier for the judges to evaluate these cases. I think is part of the process in promoting. But yeah, they absolutely have that discretion under the law.
And then another overwhelming reason for varying from the guidelines is daycare. And if one parent or the other is paying the cost of daycare, that would be a typical situation, it seems to me, where the guidelines would either increase or decrease depending on who is paying for daycare.
One of the considerations, though, that goes into setting what is based on the non-custodial parent's ability to pay. So based on the information that the Attorney General shared, office shared earlier today, when we have low income non-custodial parents, even if we took their whole check, it's not enough.
But needless to say, I was not present for any presentation by the Attorney General's office.
I'm sorry. But it runs about up to, I think, I can't remember the exact number they used, but it's more than the child support payments.
But I'm sorry, but that really is a circular problem with this whole business of collecting child support. Is morally and legally, you feel that someone should support his or her children, but at the end of the day, what you going to do when there ain't enough money to go around? And
Yeah,
I will have variations on that theme forever.
Yeah, I will say, in terms of state programs, on paper, when I pointed out that what the Social Security Act requires us as a agency to what services it provides, it's real nice, neat, makes sense, until you add people into the mix. And we're not only messing with people's kids, we're messing with their money. And so, these cases are some of the most complicated, emotional, ugly cases. To be candid, as a former prosecutor, when they started talking about money, I was like, Chancery Court's down the road. I wanted nothing to do with it back at that time. And so, yeah, these cases get real ugly really quickly.
Just one other question about this privatized child support. I noticed several years back that privatized child support had some privatized process servers who were really very efficient about serving process because they didn't bother to serve the process. They just handed the forms back into the court. Is that wonderful situation still continuing?
No, sir. Not to our knowledge.
No,
We're
no,
monitoring
but
that.
I'm going to stop though.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. I don't know if I really have a question, but more of a comment, sort of based upon what Senator Brian just said, and you touched on, when there's not enough money to go around. So I just took your scenario that you did about your 30,000 and assuming that he's paying for 3 people, I'm going to assume that there was at one time a family of 5. And he's making 30,000. Well, he's below the poverty level right now. So by the time you take out all the payments, that person's left with basically $1,300 a month. If in your second scenario, it's $1,000, and that's $1,000 got to cover, and that's not any alimony, if there's alimony thrown in. So that $1,000 got to cover vehicle cost, insurance, place to live, and hopefully some subsistence during that month. So how do you guys handle that? I mean, and you could be putting somebody on the street.
And that's why again, it comes back to based on the non-custodial parents' ability to pay on a lot of this, but we try, because of the other programs that we're supplementing some of that household income, whether it's SNAP, Medicaid, or others. But that's kind of why we wanted to show how it plays out as to what the scenario is and why, when we set these orders the way that they are, there's been a lot of rhetoric around deadbeat dads and all that other stuff. So we need to balance that. If they know they're never going to be able to pay it, they're never going to be able to make it. It just incentivizes them from being engaged with their children. And so balancing that burden, but yeah,
Is there any, and again, this is sort of touching on what Senator Bryan said. So if somebody's in a position like sort of where they have to pay it, they'll pay it back. They're going to get the custodial parent, make them whole sometime in the future.
What'll happen is if they go into arrearages, some of those other administrative tools, so that's when we'll start intercepting unemployment benefits, their tax refund, seeing if they have unclaimed property. We start using other means to find other sources to collect those. And if it seems willful that they're trying to hide that income, then, there are options to criminally prosecute. Of course, that's the nuclear option.
Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions here. And I wholly understand the complexities of this. And, for the purposes of what we're doing, we're looking out for the child, but there's a lot of other factors that go into this. So I certainly understand that. My question is surrounding, Title IV-A programs. And my initial question is, once a parent is made to comply with, a custodial parent is made to comply with child support, does that income from the non-custodial parent, is that considered in determining whether they're still eligible for those benefits?
No, child support payments are not considered income for the purposes of TANF eligibility.
And so, and I guess this is just something to think about. That's where I have an issue. And you take the scenario that we've been talking about, where you have a father who may have 4 or 5 children and working a base level job with an AGI of $30,000. Let's just say, instead of a mother receiving nothing, maybe they have an agreement where he's giving the mother an amount that works for them, and that's working for them. But now we're going to make the mother place this person on child support, but then that is not determinative of whether they're still getting any of these benefits or not. And a lot of times what happens is you have a father that then go off the record and they do some other type of work or don't work at all or come out of the system, because just in that scenario, that was just 3 children and he's paying $900, which would bring his wages down to somewhere around $1,500 a month. And in this economy, you really can't live off that. So it's almost like, what's the purpose of me working. And again, I get the complexity. I was just throwing it out there that maybe we need to figure out a way. And for me, it would be different if then this income determined TANF eligibility. Because if it doesn't determine that eligibility, the non-custodial parent could be making $1 million. And this person is still eligible for TANF, whether they're getting this support or not. So I think that's something we need to think about. Then my next question was just around these guidelines that we're giving, and just something to think about when, you know, we're reevaluating those guidelines. What is the max that can be withheld from someone's income for the purpose of child support?
26% of their adjusted gross income. So if they have more than 5 children, it's 26%.
That's the max, like, so even in the scenario where they have 6 children with 6 different custodial parents.
It would be 14% each child, but for each child would be treated separately. But the child support payments for the older children would come out of that. And that's why you see that decline, because
No. I get how that works. So I guess arguably though, if someone had.
If I could interrupt, I think if this is the question you're asking, my recollection is the federal anti-garnishment law allows child support up to 50% of income.
That's the question I was looking for and I couldn't remember.
sorry, it's 65% and it's, sorry.
And I guess,
65%.
I guess, again, I'm not trying to give weight to any, you know, fathers who have multiple children and things like that. But I think we have to, like you said, like these equations look fine until we add people into it. And you can take a person who's really trying, and let's just say they've sold their royal oats and they have enough children that 65% of their income is being taken. Why would I ever go to work? And I've seen, I've had a client who's had that happen to them, and I've looked at the numbers, and the first thing I said is like, what were you thinking and what were you doing? But the next thing is like, I almost get it why you wouldn't, you know, or whatever, because you can't even live. And then the final thing is just, this is quick. The collection rate has gone down. I've had some clients that told me that during the pandemic, they just stopped getting bills. Or, I don't know if you call them bills, but the mail outs where they say, you know, if they don't have withholding orders, I think people get something directly in the mail, and they're telling me that they just stopped getting them during the pandemic. And I don't know what that may have been. I've had 2 people, and I don't know if that's not a whole, and one of them, I think the issue may have been they were had a withholding order for part of it, but they didn't make enough at this job where the withholding order was, and they stopped getting a bill for the rest of it. I don't know. That may be something to look at.
Did they have arrears? Were they paying arrears only? And that maybe the child had aged out, and so they.
No, they were still currently on child support. And like I said, the one of them, I told him that the issue may have been the fact that one of his jobs, his part-time job, he had a withholding order on his part-time job, but his main job, he didn't. And they collected, you know, that certain amount that they could from that, but that was not nearly all of the child support. And he just came to me to get the order so he could know where to send it to, because he wasn't getting a bill coming to his house anymore.
That may be an anomaly. That's the first, I'm looking at my team, and that's the first we've heard of.
Well,
So it may just be one of those weird exception one-offs.
Okay.
But we'll look into it.
Thank you.
Senator Wiggins.
Thank you. First, if I may, just to Senator Bryan, if this is where you're going, we did pass a bill last year, the imputation of child support that actually said the judges could go take in other factors. They can, and that added to they can go above or below, but we passed that. So we did that. And I wanted to just real quickly go back to the incarceration part of it. So if my understanding, that is what the federal law is and all that stuff. But once they get out of prison, it's back on, game back on. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah, the proposed legislation would allow us to, when we get confirmation from the Department of Corrections that the non-custodial parent will be incarcerated for more than 180 days, we will administratively modify that order to 0 and have continuous communication with the Department of Corrections to receive notification of when that non-custodial parent becomes eligible to release, and then schedule a review hearing within 30 days of their release to reset that based on
Got you. So,
them being back and able.
so y'all,
hopefully to
first of
earn.
all, y'all would handle that, the logistics of monitoring it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then procedurally, once you monitor it, once they're released, then you're saying that you would put us, I guess it'd be a status hearing before the judge where the order is, and call them in front of the judge and say, we're restarting your payments. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And in the process of that, but prior to that hearing, work with both parents to try and negotiate a reasonable, if not, have the judge decide what that would be.
How long after they're released from incarceration?
We're proposing that hearings be set within 30 days,
30 days?
which for notice purposes allows us to
Then
notice all the necessary parties.
Would it be safe to say that if they're in prison, you've actually located them and know where they are, which is not necessarily the case if they're not in prison?
Correct.
And so if you know that you're being released or they're being released, you know where they are and you don't have to go and find them.
Correct. We could serve them before they
You
are
could serve-
released
You could actually serve them
for
in.
hearing.
Okay, so I will certainly take responsibility for not calling the bill up, because like Senator Boyd said, there were issues in the Senate. And my colleagues had concerns that you think she definitely iterated. I would ask that maybe between now and then you could meet with members of the Senate, particularly the Judd A committee, and satisfy or at least go over the concerns, because they are there. I mean, I'm not going to reiterate what she said because that's what was there. But was it your point that by not doing it, we're losing $34 million?
We've been put on notice that by not doing it, we will lose $34 million.
Okay, and the amount that constituted this category is 1% of your total caseload.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so by not doing it, we're letting 1.2% of your total caseload take away $34 million of money from the feds. Now, that money that you get from the feds, what do you use that part for?
So we use that to fund that's part of that $41 million that we use to fund the program. So, because the state pay.
Part of it, it's the majority.
Yeah,
of what we use to fund
66%.
the whole program. That's how we operate the program.
Okay,
Let me add one thing here, Senator. I don't want to belabor the point about this incarceration bill, but the ability of the non-custodial parent to pay is always the determining factor in what the child support burden is. And yes, we know where that incarcerated non-custodial parent is. And when he's incarcerated, we know this is what his ability to pay is. It's 0. That's why we're asking that, and that's why the feds, whether you like their rule or not, is consistent with the notion of the ability to pay. And when a non-custodial parent's incarcerated, if you did an analysis of his or her ability to pay, you would find that that's 0 unless they're on a work, release program and they're earning some money. And that's why the feds require us not to treat incarceration as involuntary or a voluntary unemployment.
so in other words, you're not collecting from them anyway while they're in there incarcerated.
Well, and beyond that, the judge ought to reconsider the obligation because there's no ability to pay once they're incarcerated.
Does that,
Yes, we wouldn't collect anything anyway.
does that pause? So if that was implemented, does that pause any arrearage that would be tacked on?
There's no arrearage accruing if the ability to pay is
Okay.
0 and
That's
the
fine.
assessment of the amount to be paid is 0.
Senator, like any good lawyer, I can argue both ways. But based on what I have read from the federal guidelines and the argument, some of it is we don't want to the non-custodial parents who are incarcerated are being held accountable for the crimes they committed in the criminal justice system. And they don't want the child support program to be a means of punishing them twice. That's the argument. I'm not saying it's mine.
Well, I go back.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
In addition to that, what a lot of research has found that when those child support payments continue to accrue and push that non-custodial parent into arrears, they will be released from prison with an insurmountable amount of debt. You know, if they're in there for a long-term period, sometimes it's about 20, in Mississippi, it would be about $2,400 a year in child support payments. But so it could be tens of thousands of dollars where they get out and there's just no way to dig them, or they feel there's no way to dig themselves out. And so they just don't pay at all and just completely disengage. And so part of it too is to encourage them to remain as engaged as possible in their children's lives.
So I guess to reiterate, if y'all don't mind, there were issues in the Senate, okay? And
I understand those issues.
we can over the time meet with senators and see, you know, I think this has been a good discussion and a good description of it. And so if y'all could do that, that would help.
We'd be happy to.
Thank you.
I wanted to go back to one thing that came up in, I don't remember if it was discussions with y'all or if it was discussions with the court, but one of the ideals that was floated out there, because these orders, child support enforcement adjustments, amendments have to go before the court, that they take up a great deal of time. And so one of the suggestions possibly was to have some very part-time ALJs that could do these adjustments, because they're kind of perfunctory in nature, in that you've had salary adjustments, you've had, and you have proof of those. So can y'all, I won't put you on the spot. I know who suggested it. I remember it now. It was not y'all. But could y'all give us some feedback on if you think that that would be very helpful to expedite that process, because they said it took a good bit of time to get into the court to get these adjustments, and that it was a very lengthy process when it was pretty perfunctory in the fact of, if there had been a salary increase, a salary adjustment that needed to be made. And I think some states are using that process. So could y'all get back to us and give us a recommendation on whether or not y'all think that would be helpful or not?
Absolutely. I mean, on the face of it, I don't hear any reason that we would object to that.
Okay.
Or not be supportive.
All right, just get back.
But yeah, we can.
But I won't put you on the spot. Just think about it, because it did seem to make a good bit of sense that it might be a lot more efficient to do that process.
Okay. And in I will say in a lot of the jurisdictions, special masters handle these. And we do try and, as much as possible, given the nature of these, we do try and work with both parents to try and come up with agreed orders whenever possible.
All right, and then one other thing too, that was suggested was, in that process, also looking at ALJs to establish paternity, because now with DNA testing, it has become a little bit, it's a pretty, you either have the testing and it proves that there is paternity or there is not. So you add to that, looking at paternity as well.
Closer to what we would, normally call a ministerial function as opposed to an adjudicative. And we're in favor of that if it moves things along, certainly.
All right. Any other questions? Senator Braun?
I have two questions for Mr. Anderson, if I could ask him a question. I've been reading in the paper about these payments that your department made to this retired quarterback and this retired wrestler.
I can assure you, none of those were child support payments. And
Okay, but was this going on while you were there, or was this before or after you got there?
All that you've been reading about in the paper was before I got there.
Okay.
I got there to fix all that you've
It
been
was,
reading about in the paper.
it was on fire when you got into it.
It absolutely was.
But what I did want you to do seriously is to describe to us the legitimate things that could have been done with that money. What was that money intended for, and what's the sorts of things that money could be used for?
Well, again, that's outside the scope of what we're here about for child support, but I'll tell you, the four tenets of TANF have not changed from 1996, when the statute was passed, until today. That is maintaining children in their homes with basic assistance, maintaining two-parent households, allowing folks to get into the workforce and to get training to get into the workforce, and reducing out of wedlock pregnancies. That money could have, should have, would have been used for those four principles that TANF requires them to be used for. And that's what we're doing with that TANF money today.
It's my understanding that the state was given great flexibility with spending that money. And the reason the state was given flexibility was for the purpose of finding individuals who did want to enter the workforce, but had obstacles about entering the workforce, and to be able to tailor, where possible, funds to fit the needs of the individual so that the individual could, by way of example, get a job and keep it.
Absolutely. Well, TANF is a block grant. As you heard this morning, we spend $29 million, $30 million a year of TANF money on the child welfare system. Now, the way we're able to use TANF money in the child welfare system is because, again, one of the tenets of TANF is maintaining two-parent households, or maintaining the unity of the family, and paying those people, those social workers that Commissioner Sanders spoke about this morning, to do that work, to try to unify families or get children out of households where they're not getting the parenting that they need.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
But, Madam Chair, if I could ask you this question. Mr. Anderson made a reference to social workers. And this morning we started off with a presentation, it mentioned social workers. Do I recollect that the starting salaries for these people with college degrees were like $31,000 a year?
Yes, sir.
And then this afternoon, we've been talking about people who can't afford to pay their child support because their salaries are so low, and the figure we've been using is $30,000 a year. The prosecution rests.
We want to thank everybody for being here, for hanging in with us. Some of you have been here all 2 days. We greatly appreciate you, and those that are listening. And I think we have Senator Turner Ford up there who's been listening throughout the day too. So we appreciate all of you. And I would encourage the public, if they're listening, to please send any comments to the email address, and we look forward to receiving them. Thank you very much.